talks. Keir Starmer said, "We stand with Ukraine." Last night, President Trump claims Zelensky hadn't read the proposal yet. Take a listen.
I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky's fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it.
For more on this, I'm joined by Senior Advisor for the PR company Burson Global and former Director of Political Operations for Tony Blair, John McTernan. John, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. I find this situation slightly curious. The suggestion from Donald Trump that Zelensky has not read the proposals, then Zelensky saying he's not yet been fully briefed by his team. As we saw, Zelensky was in Downing Street today to meet Keir Starmer and the leaders of France and Germany. Where are we in this process at the moment?
Look, I think where we are is President Zelensky is trying to maintain relations with the United States of America. So he's trying to avoid saying that President Trump's proposals for peace are a betrayal of Ukraine, a betrayal of the Ukrainian people, a betrayal of their sovereignty, and rolling over completely to the aggression, the war aggression, and the demands of President Putin. It's not possible for Zelensky to say that. It's much easier to say, I've not read the documents or I've not been fully briefed on them. Because that way you can say, I won't go into any detail and you can raise detail with me. No, I've not been fully briefed. I want to discuss this with the major interlocutors in Europe, people who've been backing me, the German Chancellor, the President of France, the UK Prime Minister, the bloc of people who are articulating the powers within Europe to say, actually, there are resources, frozen resources, from Russia, there's resources we can use, there's supply chains we can fill, the support we can give, because Zelensky sees what's happening at the moment is an attempt to undermine him, undermine his country, undermine his independence, and undermine the operations of Europe. And in a way, that was made clear, wasn't it, by the Americans when they published their national security strategy last week, in which they made really clear that they have contempt for Europe, the democracies in Europe, and are expressing kind of full support for the far-right parties in opposition in Germany, in Great Britain, in France. And so there's a very delicate situation where across NATO, there are alliances that depend on the United States and its commitment to Europe and to collective self-defense. But at the same time, Zelensky sees that if President Trump had his way, Russia would gain far more of Ukraine than they currently even occupy.
So the Europeans are already bankrolling the Ukrainian government. They are buying US weapons through a NATO facility and giving them to Ukraine. How much are they prepared to keep supporting Ukraine?
Well, I think that, look, you can see the discussions going on about how can you unlock some of the frozen assets? How can you unlock things which are held within Belgium? How much can other European countries come together to give an indemnity to the Belgian government if court actions taken by Russia? It's a very complicated situation we're in. And what this requires is a real step up of European solidarity. Because, as you've been saying, there's been found a way to use money to buy material, which can then be deployed, and that's been really central to bridging the gap that Ukraine's found with the switch of support. They had strong support from President Biden, much more tepid support from President Trump, and really it's the growing up process we're going through. Europe is seeing acted out in Ukraine the fact that the US is no longer a dependable, reliable ally in the way it's been throughout the post-war period, that America's choosing to go its own way. Europe has to be able to stand on its own, and that means Europe outside the European Union, bigger than that, Europe plus Great Britain, Europe, you see the growth of NATO with the countries that have been neutral becoming members of NATO, that European collective self-defense is going to be driven by the Germans and driven by the French and by the British, and it's those things, the core of that whole relationship of the three countries and the and the Ukrainian president. That's going to be at the core of it. So what's being done to support Zelensky, President Zelensky, is actually importantly going to be, I think, the bones of a new European defence and security arrangement.
So let's talk about Europe. Its financial commitment to Ukraine far outstrips America, but they have had no say at the negotiating table when we look at things really closely. Now, with Russia, John, appearing to have the US in their corner in negotiations and, of course, the upper hand on the battlefield, is it time for Ukraine to give up territory and concede some of its red lines in order to make a deal with the US and accept this plan?
So the first thing to say is the peace deal has to be with the aggressor. Thankfully, the United States is not an aggressor in this one. The peace deal is between Ukraine and Russia. Russia invaded. Russia believed they'd have a blitzkrieg. Russia believed they'd topple Zelensky within weeks. This has not happened. Russia is having to basically throw young Russians into a meat grinder to gain small amounts of territory. If there is in the end a peace treaty, and there has to be a peace treaty to end a war, that peace treaty has got to be acceptable to both the sides, Russia and Ukraine. And I could talk a lot about Ukraine, but it's clear President Putin has no intention of accepting even this sweetheart deal that President Trump has offered to him. Now, in that situation, there's no point for Ukraine to talk about whether he should re-examine these red lines. The point is, Ukraine has shown that Russians, they have to pay a huge cost in blood and treasure, a huge cost in young people's lives to gain small amounts of territory. This deal offers huge amounts of the Donetsk area, areas that are not occupied by Russia, not even close to being occupied by Russia, being offered to them by President Trump behind President Zelensky's back, behind the back of the Ukrainian people. I don't think there's any need for the Ukrainians to look at any of those questions around red lines, because at the moment, President Putin has shown he wants to play for time. He believes he's got more bodies he can throw at this. His problem should be his economy. It's like an economy, the Russian economy, is smaller than that of Switzerland on its own. The European countries together dwarf the size of the Russian economy. Russia's got 16% interest rates at the moment to try to control the wartime economy and the inflation that generates. So there's more than one force moving in this. And I think it's possible for the European Union and European countries to do more to stop and inspect the vessels that are smuggling out Russian oil. People know there's Russian oil being smuggled out. There's more can be done to constrain that, constrict that. And there's more that can be done to put pressure on Russia. I think that's where Europe has got to have this multilateral strategy. Obviously trying to keep Zelensky safe, trying to stay close within NATO to President Trump. I think Prime Minister Starmer does a good job of being close to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump can have his say. He can't have his way, because his way would be the betrayal of Ukraine.
And also, when we talk about sanctions, they have been critical that the US could have put more on Russia to squeeze it harder, which they haven't done. But, John, let's talk about talks over the UK joining the EU Defence Fund. They have broken down, and this breakdown is all over money. Is this a gift to the Russian President Putin, seeing the cracks in this relationship here when it does come to the defence fund?
Look, you and your viewers will know very well that one thing about defence industries is that every country has got its own domestic defence producers, and every country, while it promises to invest in other people's weapons if they're better, by and large wants to buy its own, and that's the same with the European countries as it is with the UK. And there's got to be a breakthrough on this, that European countries can't just make Britain pay for joining this, because Britain is a major contributor. It's one of the three pillars of European collective defence. We are one of the three nuclear powers, together with France and the US. And so on its own, France and Britain are central to the defence of Europe. And so a way through has got to be found on this. But that's the nature of diplomacy. That's the nature of deals. That's the nature of all transnational conversations. They have to be long-term conversations, and they do sometimes take a long time. But in the end, when the purpose is understood, which I think it is, which is that we're strengthening collective security, strengthening each other's defence industries, strengthening our own capabilities, making sure they lock together, that strategic, how the Defence Fund operates in the end is a process question. What the Defence Fund is for is a purpose, which is for collective self-defence. And as long as that prize is kept in mind, the other stuff can be done.
John McTernan, great to have you on and your insights. Thank you for your time. Let's continue this conversation with John Cavelich, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, great to have you on the show. First of all, President Zelensky has been holding meetings with Starmer, Macron and Merz at Downing Street. What were the leaders discussing?
You had three members of the Coalition of the Willing meeting for 2.5 hours or so, and for some aspects of this, it's a little rally, singing "Kumbaya." We're with you. We'll be as long as it takes, as long as it's necessary. But in the end, they come out, they smile, they take pictures together. But Ukraine is a commodity for the European Union and NATO, and meaning its price fluctuates. And right now, its value isn't high enough for the European Union collectively, or leadership collectively, NATO leadership collectively, to make any demonstrative decision that would have any long-lasting implication to help Ukraine and also to be dissuasive to Russia.
So, John, this leaves President Zelensky, who is now flying to Belgium for another busy afternoon of diplomacy, in a really tricky position, doesn't it? What leverage does he have left in order to get the Europeans on side as if they can make these big decisions and the US to come back to the table?
Earlier, President Zelensky said that the US, Ukraine and Russia are not on the same page in terms of how they define the documents, plural, that have been shared during the last week. So that's one great problem he faces. And the second is when you have President Macron of France, Chancellor Merz of Germany, Prime Minister Starmer of the UK, meeting because basically they're concerned that the outcome of the war may not be favorable to Ukraine. Well, it is going to be unfavorable to Ukraine. As your previous guest said, that is one of the realities where there's an aggressor, there's a victim. Generally, the victim isn't the one that determines how the aggressor is going to stop. The aggressor determines that. And so President Zelensky now goes and is going to have a meeting at the residence of the NATO Secretary General Rutte. He's going to be having dinner with Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, with Mr. Costa, the President of the European Council. Again, performative, and nice meetings, smiles, etc. But does this move the ball? And I don't think it does, because right now the discussion is all about money. We're talking about the $320 billion in frozen Russian assets. And what I would like to see is for the European Union and NATO to put aside the 320 and say, okay, we froze it. It's supposed to be for Ukraine's reconstruction. That's why they froze it. Put it aside. Now, how much is everybody collectively willing to put into the kitty to help Ukraine? And that number is going to be really, really low. And that's why Ukraine is somewhat of a commodity. And it's a tragedy, but that's basically what's happened.
And let's talk a little bit about what Trump said. He said the Ukrainian people loved his peace plan, and he was disappointed in Zelensky, John, for not reading the latest proposals. What do you make of these somewhat off-the-cuff remarks from the US president?
Well, unfortunately, with President Trump, almost all of his remarks are off the cuff. It's this stream of consciousness that comes out, and he speaks as a real estate promoter speaks, as a television personality speaks. Everything is the best. Everything's the biggest. Everybody loves everything. And it's cringeworthy to hear him say that the Ukrainian delegation loved the plan, because the original 28 points down to 18, 19, down from there. And then when everyone's admitted, and Keith Kellogg, who is the outgoing envoy for Ukraine in the Trump-Vance administration, former lieutenant general, he said out in California at a speech, I think that we're within 10 meters. But then you ask, okay, what outstanding, if you've had all this agreement, you've accomplished so much in these discussions, what are the few areas that still need to be addressed? Oh, security guarantees, territory, and the use of the assets. Well, excuse me, those are the three most important issues. So, President Trump's, his use of that word is really unfortunate. It's disrespectful to the Ukrainian people. No one loves anything. And this isn't, like going into, trying to sell an apartment and say, gee, it's lovely, I love it, and I want it.
And, I just want to get sort of the point of view from Moscow, because as you mentioned, there are various versions of the peace plan that are circulating. John, if anything, I know you said the Russians are the aggressors. What do you think they'll be willing to accept and concede to end the fighting, if anything?
Yeah, well, I've been privileged to see, some of the drafts, and some of what people think no longer are in these drafts are in these drafts. And there are a few instances where some of what's in the draft initially from Florida and Washington and Moscow that people thought were egregious, they become more egregious. So yeah, I really strain to see how people are, all excited about movement. But I think in the case of the Russian Federation, if, and they've said this, so this isn't anything profound, but President Putin wants all of Luhansk, all of Donetsk, all of Zaporizhzhia, all of Kherson. He holds anywhere in Luhansk, like 98% of it. The others are in the 75 to 80+% range. One of the discussion topics has been that Ukraine would push the boundaries of those particular areas to the line of contact with the Russians. In that way, Ukraine wouldn't be giving up anything that it doesn't control, and Russia would be able to say, well, now we have 100% of these 4 oblasts. The Russians aren't terribly excited about it. The Ukrainians aren't as well, but the choices for President Putin and President Zelensky are basically, when have enough people died in each country that we have to call it a day? When have we reached that political number in Moscow and in Kiev that we just can't sacrifice any more people because domestically, politically, it's just untenable? The tragedy is Russia hasn't reached their number. Ukraine hasn't reached its number. And so this is likely to continue for a while, because even if Ukraine gets all of this weaponry that it wants and that it's been promised and that it's been offered, it still lacks bodies. It still lacks numbers. And that's the biggest problem it's facing, where you can have an electronic war, you can have drone war, you can have firing missiles, but you still need people to do it. And they still have contact, they still have actual fighting, as opposed to just launching projectiles at one another. And that's where Ukraine is is really having an issue putting people on the battlefield. And that's where the Russians are prepared by attrition, as your other guest said. It's costing Russia a lot of people per square foot to get what it wants. but it's still prepared to do that.
John Cavalage, thank you so much. A grim thought there, but great analysis. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa has urged civilians to work together to rebuild their country as they mark a year since the ousting of ruler Bashar al-Assad. Al-Sharaa led an alliance that took the capital Damascus this time last year after nearly 14 years of war, putting an end to more than 5 decades of the al-Assad family's rule. For more on this, I'm joined from Manchester by Dr. Hamoud Obaid. Thank you so much for joining me this evening, Dr. Hamoud.
Thank you for having me.
It's a
Thanks
pleasure. So Syria is marking 1 year since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. People are gathering in Damascus for a military parade today and celebrations. How are Syrians feeling 12 months on from the fall of the regime?
If you were to ask me 12 months ago, around this time last year, what is your, if I was asked to write a scenario of what's going to happen if HTS, which was ruling the northeast and northwest of Syria, were to take over from Bashar in a military offensive, what scenario would I imagine? I think the words bloodbath, massacre, killing these words will be featuring quite strongly in that scenario. I would never have dreamt that the words extreme jubilation and ecstatic featuring in my scenario. So that's how we feel now. What we imagined was going to happen didn't happen. Assad was deposed in a very efficient way, so to speak. Syria has been more or less very stable since his fall. So to add to the Syrian people's happiness by the fall of Assad's regime, the situation after the fall has added to their feelings of happiness, really.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about Syria. It's still facing many obstacles after 14 years of civil war. What are the main challenges the Syrian people are still facing? Because not much reconstruction has happened over the last 12 months, and there's a lot of poverty in the country.
Of course, yes. Syrian people who are now in control, more or less, of their country, have inherited a very grim picture. The country is on the ground on all levels. Infrastructure was deliberately destroyed. The country's resources were stolen. So all of these are things that the Syrians, have to deal with. But I believe the Syrian people have proved that they are more than capable of dealing with that. There are threats to Syria, as you mentioned now, internally and externally, threats to our sovereignty, threats to Syria's unity, and other, as you said, economic problems being faced. I believe that the international community needs to step in because we can't do this on our own. However, the first and most important factor in Syria's rejuvenation, renaissance, is Syrian peoples coming together, hand in hand, building their country.
And I was actually just going to touch on something that you mentioned there. There's been a huge international effort to help Syria. Al-Sharaa, of course, went to the White House last month where he met Donald Trump, and some of the sanctions on Syria were lifted. Do you think the international community is helping the country enough?
I believe it has been a mixed basket, really. We can't really talk about the international community as one response. A lot of countries like the UK, like the US, have been supportive of Syria, like Saudi Arabia, like Turkey. But there are other regional and international players who are not so thrilled about what is happening in Syria. And I'm talking in particular about our neighbors. You know who stepped onto Syrian territory recently. Yes, help is coming from international community, but as politicians know very well, help always comes with a price. These international players would perhaps have their own demands with their support. But I'd like to remind these powers that al-Shara and his government are only as successful as the people support them. So if international powers force the Syrian government to take decisions that are not popular among the Syrians, the government will lose its support, and that is a losing gambit overall.
Dr. Hamoud Obaid, it was brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much for your thoughts and also sharing what it's like 1 year on from the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria. Cambodia is protesting after Thai airstrikes prompted fresh fighting between the neighbouring countries. Both countries accuse the other of breaching a ceasefire deal that was brokered in October. At least one Thai soldier has been killed and at least 8 others have been wounded in the fighting. Chris Gilbert reports.
Once again fleeing to safety. Residents of villages along the Thailand-Cambodia border were forced to find shelter again on Monday as the fragile peace between the two countries collapsed. Thailand says it launched airstrikes on Cambodian military targets along the disputed border. It says Cambodia made the first move, mobilizing heavy weaponry, repositioning combat units and preparing to escalate conflict. But Cambodia rejects this and is looking to other countries to counter what it calls Thai aggression.
Cambodia appeals to the international community to condemn this Thailand's illegal activities, which violate the joint declaration of peace agreement. We demand Thailand take responsibility for this aggression and stop its violent acts immediately, which threatens peace and stability in the region.
Cambodia's military says it's not responded yet, while Thailand is rejecting the accusation of aggression, saying it's simply defending its sovereignty.
Thailand never wants to see violence. We insist that Thailand has never initiated the clashes or encroached into their land whatsoever. But Thailand will not stand for its sovereignty being violated and will proceed with appropriate measures, caution and adhere to peace, stability and uphold humanitarian aspects.
The two countries signed what they call a pathway to peace at the ASEAN summit in Malaysia in October, following a 5-day conflict in July. It was brokered by the US and Malaysia, with US President Donald Trump taking credit for it. But the border dispute was never resolved. The countries have contested sovereignty of several points of the 817-kilometre border since the days of French colonial rule more than a century ago. There have been multiple skirmishes and attempts at peace in that time. Tensions erupted again in May this year after the killing of a Cambodian soldier in gunfire, and have escalated since. There are concerns this time the fighting may continue. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, Paramount has launched a $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers, challenging Netflix, which had reached a $72 billion takeover deal with the company. It comes after President Trump said he'll be involved in the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery after raising concerns about Netflix's big market share and the firm's combined size, saying it could be a problem. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent Nick Harper, and he is in Washington. In the last few hours, Nick, there has been an unexpected twist in this deal with Paramount's hostile bid. Can you tell us a little bit more?
That's right, Leanne. Certainly a bit of a surprise, this one. Somewhat unexpected, considering the fact that that Netflix deal had been agreed by Warner Brothers. Paramount was the studio that lost out on the bidding war, losing out to Netflix, but now it's swooping in, hoping to try and offer this hostile bid. We're hearing that Paramount is offering more per share, $30 per share, compared to Netflix, $27.75 per share. And also, this would be a larger deal in terms of what Paramount would hope to take. Netflix deal means that it would be taking the TV and streaming services from Warner Brothers. Paramount, instead, though, wants to take absolutely everything, the full package, including the cable channels currently owned by Warner Brothers. In terms of the funding for all of this, we're hearing that Paramount would front money coming from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and also money coming from Affinity Partners. That's an investment firm that's headed up by the son-in-law of the US President Donald Trump, Jared Kushner. It is a very sizable package. It's unclear exactly how successful this takeover bid might be, and it could potentially lead to a very messy and very public series of negotiations and discussions to try and force this through and get rid of that Netflix deal.
Fascinating stuff, Nick, but this comes after President Trump seemed sceptical on the next Netflix deal. What did he have to say about that deal?
That's right. He was asked by reporters exactly what he thought about all this. He said it could be a problem. The reason being, quite simply, Netflix would have a huge monopoly. He put it down to them having a very big market share, because there is that fear from industry insiders that simply Netflix would just own and control too much of the industry and potentially could move it in a direction that perhaps traditional studios don't want. Donald Trump also saying that he wants to be part of the decision-making in all of this. He says that he's going to be consulting with some economists, and he does want to be involved in the decision. The final decision, of course, is still needed in order to get this Netflix deal approved.
And the deal, of course, still needs to go through regulatory approval. How difficult could this be, considering competition?
Well, the competition, the antitrust element of all of this, the fact that there will be this huge monopoly that Netflix will have. There are various hoops that need to be jumped through. Now, normally US presidents would not get involved in these sort of mergers or deals. But of course, Donald Trump, he has that business background. He loves to get involved. We're told that there has even been, at the highest level, lobbying from Netflix, the CEO reportedly coming to the White House in November to speak to Donald Trump to try and help ease the passage of this deal. But then there's also the possibility that Netflix would need approval from the European Commission, from other governments around the world as well. And interesting to note, now there is this Paramount bid, there could potentially be a conflict of interest, considering some of the funding would be coming from Jared Kushner. Unclear exactly where that would put Donald Trump if he were to be one of the people involved in the decision-making of who takes over Warner Brothers. But Donald Trump has in the past been involved in these big type of mergers. Back in July, he was involved in giving the approval for Paramount to combine with Skydance. And at the time, Paramount paid Donald Trump $16 million, funds that will go towards his future presidential library. That was all to do with how an interview with Kamala Harris, his rival in last year's election, was edited. But certainly it seems like it did ease the way in terms of Donald Trump giving sign-off for that deal for Paramount.
It's absolutely fascinating stuff, Nick. It could make for a Netflix drama, dare I say it. But let's just talk about one other thing that's been happening today. The Golden Globe nominations have just been announced, and there are plenty of Netflix productions nominated. Who's leading the different categories?
That's right, Leanne. Amazingly, we're already at that part in the year where we're talking about awards ceremony. And of course, the Golden Globes really kicks off awards season. So it's really a first take on who is leading the pack in terms of the actors, but also the productions who could scoop the awards. Golden Globes take place on January the 11th. In terms of leading the pack, most nominations in total goes to Paul Thomas Anderson's movie One Battle After Another, picking up 9 nominations. Of course, Leonardo DiCaprio, the main actor in that one. Sentimental Value has 8 nods. And then Sinners, the vampire movie that centres around racism in the south of America, has 7. Those are the movies. In terms of the TV show's White Lotus, HBO's production, has 6 in total. Of course, HBO would be part of that Netflix deal that it would take ownership of if it manages to secure that. And there are some sizable Netflix shows nominated as well. Limited series Adolescence has 5 nods. That's the second place down from White Lotus, and also Beast in Me. But interesting to note, when it comes to studio nominations, Netflix hasn't done particularly well. Neon, that's an indie production house, leads the way in terms of studios. 21 nominations in total. Then Warner Brothers with 16, and then Netflix with 13. And just a couple of notable snubs in all of this. Wicked, the second instalment of that movie, Wicked for Good, that did not receive a Best Film nomination. The Netflix movie J. Kelly, starring George Clooney and Adam Sandler, didn't get any Best Drama nominations. And Superman, the big movie of the summer, no nominations at all. So a very big snub there for that movie.
And there's a new category this year. What do we know about it?
Yeah, interesting, this one. It's a podcasting category. The Golden Globes, of course, traditionally looks at both film and TV, unlike the Oscars that just concentrates on movies. Golden Globes really showing how important the podcasting genre has become in recent times. If we think back this time 12 months ago, how influential many podcasts were when it came to the 2024 political election. There were some right-wing conservative podcasters out there really helping to propel Donald Trump to the White House. But there were snubs for those right-wing conservative hosts of those podcasts, including Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson. In total, the Golden Globes seem to be looking more towards personality-driven podcasts and shying away from those political ones. So the ones that have been nominated, there was a total of 25 shows that are eligible, 6 in the category, including Alex Cooper's Call Her Daddy, Good Hang with Amy Poehler, and also Smartless by Will Arnett and Jason Bateman. But all of it very much showing podcasting, hugely influential, hugely important, something that many people are tapped into nowadays.
I must say something, Nick. I absolutely love Call Her Daddy. It's such a great podcast. I was very happy to see that it was nominated. Thank you so much for all of that news for us. Thanks, Nick. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A powerful 7.6 magnitude earthquake has struck off northern Japan, triggering a tsunami of up to 40 centimeters in coastal communities in the region. That's according to the Japanese Meteorological Agency. The epicenter of the quake was 80 kilometers off the coast of Aomori. An unnamed person who was arrested in Iran during the 12-day war with Israel has been charged with spying. Iran's judiciary said a court has begun hearing their case, where they are accused of intelligence cooperation and espionage in the interests of the Zionist regime. It described the individual as a dual national who lives in a European country. Turning to all the sports news now, and former Manchester United striker Wayne Rooney says Liverpool forward Mohamed Salah is destroying his own legacy. This comes after Salah's outburst that the club had thrown him under the bus and that his relationship with head coach Arne Slot had broken down. Rooney has urged Slot to exclude Salah from playing in Tuesday's Champions League game at Inter Milan. And Lando Norris secured his first Formula One World Championship on Sunday with a third-place finish at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Norris, who won by 2 points, ended Red Bull's Max Verstappen's 4-season run as a champion. However, Verstappen won the Formula One Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, while Australia's Oscar Piastri finished second. A reminder of our top stories. Ukraine's president is holding peace plan talks in London with EU leaders as Trump claims he hasn't read the proposals. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa urges civilians to work together to rebuild their country a year after former ruler Bashar al-Assad was ousted. And Hollywood's award season kicks off as the nominees of next year's Golden Globes are announced. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. The rail deal is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International news was dominated by several major developments today. In Syria, the country marked 1 year since the overthrow of Assad regime, with public ceremonies highlighting both hope for renewal and the daunting challenges of rebuilding. In Europe, attention centered on the latest steps in US-Ukraine peace negotiations, which remain tense as key issues on security and territorial concessions continue to stall progress. Meanwhile, in the UK, a disturbing pepper spray attack during a robbery at Heathrow Airport captured headlines after injuring more than 20 people and disrupting travel. We'll start in the Middle East as Syria is officially marking the first anniversary of Assad's overthrow last year. Al-Sharq al-Awsat recounts how Syrians marked the joyous event with celebrations and rallies across multiple cities. The report describes how citizens gathered in squares and also in streets, waving flags and condemning recent foreign attacks, a show of unity and national resolve. The piece emphasizes the symbolic importance of the date as a turning point for Syria's future, while also noting ongoing challenges such as instability and the need for reconstruction under the new order. Al-Majalla, on the other hand, analyzes emerging US-Syria negotiations involving Ahmed al-Sharaa, assessing whether Washington's engagement with a figure linked to extremist networks signals a new diplomatic strategy. The piece argues that the US is exploring unconventional avenues to influence Syria's political future. Also, the piece evaluates Sharaa's past, regional reactions and shifting American priorities. The piece raises questions about legitimacy, pragmatism and the long-term prospects of restructuring Syria's fractured power landscape. The Times of Israel reports that Hamas signaled willingness to discuss freezing or storing its weapons under a potential long-term arrangement as part of an ongoing U.S. brokered ceasefire diplomacy. The piece contends that the statement marks an unexpected openness to negotiate arms limitations. It situates this shift within broader regional dynamics, suggesting that Hamas may be recalibrating strategy amid political pressure and also humanitarian crisis that looms and changing Palestinian public expectations. Israel Hayom describes an alleged clandestine financial network through which Hamas funneled large sums using money changers operating from Turkey with Iranian backing. The piece quotes Israeli security officials who say the system moved hundreds of millions of dollars into Hamas's command structure while evading international oversight. It also highlights how the expose underscores the group's adaptability, the regional dimensions of its financing, and the continuing challenges that governments face in disrupting sophisticated cross-border funding pipelines, sustaining militant activity. Haaretz reported that Benjamin Netanyahu refused an offer reportedly suggesting he retire from political life in exchange for a presidential pardon in his corruption cases. The report highlights that Netanyahu insists he will continue his political career regardless of legal pressures, reinforcing his determination to remain central in Israeli politics. The piece emphasizes how this stance heightens national polarization, deepens tensions between legal institutions and supporters, and also underscores the high stakes at play between Netanyahu's courtroom battles and his enduring political ambitions. Regarding the war in Ukraine, The Guardian reports tensions between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky as Trump claims the Ukrainian president is unwilling to accept a U.S.-drafted peace proposal. The report highlights Kiev's hesitation over territorial concessions and security guarantees embedded in the plan. It situates the dispute within broader diplomatic efforts, noting that talks have been described as constructive yet fraught. The piece underscores how political pressure, battlefield realities, and also unresolved core issues continue to implicate prospects for a negotiated settlement. In the UK, the alarming incident at Heathrow Airport dominated headlines, where a robbery escalated into a chemical-like spray attack that injured dozens. The Independent recounts a chaotic robbery at Heathrow Airport in which a group of men released a pepper spray-like substance apparently inside a Terminal 3 car park lift, injuring more than 20 people, including a small child. The report recounts how emergency services quickly responded, treating passengers with breathing difficulties and also eye irritation, while police arrested one suspect apparently and launched also a search for additional attackers. The piece notes how the incident raised immediate fears of terrorism, though authorities quickly clarified it appeared to be a targeted criminal assault. The Telegraph reported that Prince Harry has secured a government-ordered review of the previous decision to remove his automatic taxpayer-funded police protection when he is in the UK. The report outlines the long legal battle that led to this development and the potential implications for his ability to visit the country safely with his family. It frames the decision as a significant moment in ongoing tensions between the Duke of Sussex and the UK establishment, emphasizing the broader debate over royal security norms. In the US, Politico highlights new pressure from Democratic lawmakers who are urgently demanding full transparency over the reported second strike on a disabled boat. The piece highlights how these lawmakers insist the administration release the video footage, also the legal basis for the order and any internal communications tied to the decision. It goes on to say that several Democrats say the available descriptions suggest the action may have violated U.S. or international law. The piece underscores growing frustration in Congress and intensifying demands for an immediate public accounting of what happened. As President Trump announced that he will be personally scrutinizing Netflix's massive purchase of Warner Brothers, the Wall Street Journal reviews the unprecedented $72 billion acquisition deal. The report explains that Netflix will acquire Warner Brothers Studios and streaming assets, transforming the company from a streaming giant into a full Hollywood studio. The piece also illustrates how Netflix would absorb franchises, libraries, and production capability, rivaling any legacy studio. While portraying the acquisition as a historic shift in entertainment power, the analysis also stresses the financial risks, the debt burden, and obstacles that could challenge Netflix's ambitious expansion. And we'll end with the New York Times, which offers a sharply detailed look at China's surging global export power, noting that its trade surplus has exceeded $1 trillion in just 11 months, despite U.S. tariffs. The report explains that China's huge surplus is tied to bigger economic trends, like a weaker currency and also lower prices at home, which makes Chinese goods cheaper abroad. This has put some serious pressure on factories in Europe and Asia that can't compete. The piece also notes that some experts in China worry the country relies too much on exports and that keeping such a large surplus may actually show or slow down growth in consumer spending. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia greenlights the 2026 budget, forecasting a narrow fiscal deficit as the kingdom presses on with its bid to diversify the economy. On the sidelines of the Saudi-Russian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh, the two countries unveil a visa-free travel arrangement. We ask, what else came out of that forum? We're going to be speaking to the fast-growing fashion brand Touche Privé about plans to strengthen their presence in the Saudi market. And a revamped Riyadh Zoo reopens for Riyadh season 2025, fast becoming one of the capital's most popular outdoor attractions. Now, we're going to begin with the latest on the 2026 state budget, which has now been unveiled. Well, the budget projects a narrower deficit of 165 billion riyals, or 3.3% of GDP, as the kingdom shifts its spending towards priority sectors, including logistics, industry and technology. Well, total expenditure is set at 1.31 trillion riyals, slightly below the 2025 level, while revenue is forecast to rise to 1.15 trillion as non-oil income continues to gain momentum. Well, the government says 2026 marks the start of Vision 2030's third phase, aimed at maximising the impact of earlier reforms and boosting long-term growth, with a renewed emphasis on spending efficiency and infrastructure upgrades. Well, in a vote of confidence, Moody's says that Saudi Arabia's economic momentum remains solid, projecting strong non-oil expansion and faster overall growth as OPEC Plus production cuts unwind, reinforcing the kingdom's diversification push and medium-term outlook. Well, let's take a listen now to what the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, had to say about the outlook.
Regarding the 2026 budget, you may have seen the figures. I will talk about them briefly. What interests me in discussing, beside what you saw in the statement, is that we are continuing with expansionary spending. The next 4 to 5 years will focus on ensuring the continued growth of all sectors, but some sectors will receive greater emphasis. These include industry, tourism, transportation, and logistics. A strong industrial sector and a growing tourism sector are impossible without an efficient transportation and logistics sector, as well as technology, which is the fourth, and artificial intelligence.
And that was the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, speaking there. Meanwhile, the General Authority for Statistics has announced that Saudi Arabia's international trade totaled around 540 billion Saudi riyals in Q3. That is up 8.6% year on year. Well, oil exports accounted for around 68% of total exports. Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Naif El Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Naif, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. The 2026 budget has now been approved by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What stands out in that budget for you?
Well, thank you so much, Tom, for having me. As you rightly mentioned, it has been improved, and also we can see that it has been an expansionary fiscal. We can see from the budget statement, it is going to expand, and it's not only that, it will continue to expand in the following years, 26, 27, 28. So there's a continuation expansion, moderate expansion. And we can look also to the debt. It will continue with the debt, but with a maximum of 33% to the GDP.
OK. And when it comes to spending, what would you say are the government's priorities?
Yes. So the spending has multiple layers of spending priorities. Once, we should remind ourselves, Ministry of Finance, take care of the spending of the different ministerials. And this goes mostly to as an operational spending. So CapEx will be around 14% versus operations will be the rest. Most sectors that will be continuing within the Vision 2030, not only the Ministry of Finance, are the health, infrastructure, we have the technology. We have seen during the US visit, there is a concentration in the tech sector. So this is just to name out of so many sectors that the vision concentrate on.
OK, and when it comes to GDP growth for 2026, I just wondered, what are your expectations and what do you think is underpinning the growth?
So we saw the Ministry of Finance projection to have 4.6. Other IMF looks at 4%. From our perspective, we can see two things that driving the growth. We have the non-oil GDP and we have the oil GDP. For the non-oil GDP, continue projection of 4.5 in the medium term. And also we look at, this is the new part, where is the oil GDP. So this year it will contribute even more. So we will have around 4.6 for the non-oil GDP contribution. So the overall GDP, it will be around 4.5 to 4.7.
OK, just before we cross to, we were talking about a new report that Moody's has put out. They've given their credit rating for Saudi Arabia. And I just wondered what you made of that report and what it tells us about the overall health of the Saudi economy, and in particular about the medium to longer term, Naif.
Sure. As we saw in the report, there's a concentration on the health of the Saudi economy, the sovereignty, and the ability to pay debt. And Saudi Arabia continue to be an attractive place to be, and also attractive to buy its whether sukuk or bonds. So these are signals of the health of the Saudi Arabia economy. We can see whenever we have an opening for sukuk or bonds, so many investors are interested, and usually it is overwhelmingly booked and it exceed the amount that has been identified. All these signals the health of the economy, and also the projections of our economy is still positive. We are right now living within a global economy is not growing at the historical level. We are still growing at below historical. So investors are looking for economies that are growing higher than the global economy. And Saudi Arabia is one of these economies, one of the few economies that is growing above the global economy.
And just lastly, another piece of good news that's been announced. The Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose in November to, I think, its second highest level in more than a decade. And I just wonder what your thoughts are about that indicator.
Correct, Tom. Right now, the PMI, or Riyadh Bank PMI, is at 58.5, and it is the second highest after the November reading, which was the highest over the 11 years ago. So it has been driven by the new orders. It is a continuation which shows that the non-oil economy is improving. This paints a picture of what's going to be Q4 look like. So we are continuing to have a positive picture, and we need to remind ourselves this is second highest after the very high number. So to grow beyond the 60 in the second month, this is quite challenging. Yet we managed, Saudi Arabia managed to have a very high number in November, which is 58.5.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk us through all of those subjects. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much for your time. Let's get a quick check of some of the other business headlines from the kingdom. Japan is one of Saudi Arabia's significant partners, and the PIF governor says he wants to see more Japanese companies in the kingdom. Well, Yasser Al-Rumayyan made those comments at the Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit in Tokyo. Well, the PIF has invested $11.5 billion in Japan since 2017. That figure is set to increase to $27 billion by 2030. Saudi Arabia has launched a new bidding round for 3 major mineral exploration licenses. These cover more than 13,000 square kilometres across 5 regions of the kingdom. Well, the newly defined belts hold strong potential for gold, silver, copper, zinc and lead, estimated to be worth trillions of rials, while mining is a key pillar of the kingdom's economic diversification plan. And in a $1 billion deal, the US State Department has approved the sale to Saudi Arabia of support and training for military helicopters. Well, this marks another step in the ongoing US-Saudi defense cooperation. Well, according to the Pentagon, the package includes maintenance supplies and aviation training services. Now, trade between Saudi Arabia and Russia reached $3.5 billion last year, spanning numerous sectors. Well, speaking at last week's Saudi-Russian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh, the Energy Minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, described business ties as, quote, perpetually warm, citing joint cooperation through OPEC Plus and expanding collaboration into LNG, hydropower and nuclear. Well, on the sidelines of that forum, a new visa-free regime was announced by both countries for tourists and business travellers, which is expected to take effect early next year. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Nikolai Kojanov, who is a research associate professor at the Gulf Studies Centre of Qatar University and an associate fellow at Chatham House. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Nikolai. I mean, Russian business ties sound like they're pretty strong right now. What struck you that emerged from that forum in Riyadh?
Well, I definitely see the forum as a kind of a way to summarize the changes that happened in Russia-Saudi economic relations within the last 2-3 years. Basically, the big game changer or a turning point became the Russia's invasion of Ukraine that compelled Russia and the global economy to substantially restructure the chain of supplies, making those regions that previously were not that much important for Russia from the economic point of view acquire these importance. And while a lot of people, a lot of experts, they were initially expecting that Moscow might leave the region and might leave the Gulf, being diverted towards its military adventures in Eastern Europe. On the opposite, Russia increased its presence, and the current forum it clearly demonstrated a wide range of those opportunities that on one has been already been used by Russia and Riyadh and Saudi Arabia to improve their relations, and on the other hand, that are still to be explored. So suddenly the relations between these countries, well, suddenly for those who are not watching these relations that close, definitely, it became way bigger than just the dialogue on oil and gas market or cooperation in the hydrocarbon sphere. So we definitely see the growing importance of Russia as a food supplier for Saudi Arabia. We see Russia cooperating with Saudi Arabia in IT sphere, in a sphere of high technologies, and what's more important, the growing importance of Saudi Arabia for Russia as a transit and transport hub, allowing Moscow to build up its economic connections with the outer world. And finally, while Russia is still being under the sanctions and the sanctions pressure is paramounting, we see that Saudi Arabia preserves interest in cooperating with Russia in investment sphere, and the area of mutual investments that are only growing for the last 2-3 years is quite wide.
Okay, so clearly lots of sectors and lots of potential within those sectors for collaboration. And I'm just wondering, out of all of them, where do you see the closest cooperation, and how do you see that cooperation evolving?
Well, of course, we must acknowledge that the closest cooperation is happening within OPEC Plus framework. Both countries, they are actively trying to affect the situation in the oil market, making sure that the current instability and volatility of prices are not going to hit their economies hard. But at the same time, if we take this field of cooperation out of equation, we still see quite important areas of interaction. As I already mentioned, the cooperation, for instance, in the agricultural sphere is just strikingly amazing. Saudi Arabia became one of the biggest markets for the Russian meat export, for instance. Russia also values Saudi Arabia as the biggest, after Saudi, the biggest, bigger than China, importer of Russian fuel oil, which also became an important element of the Saudi realities during the summer, when the Saudis, they are compelled to burn quite a lot of fuel oil to produce additional electricity for the needs of their economy. And from this point of view, Russia is becoming actually an important and inseparable part of the Saudi economic realities and economic security. Finally, we also see the encroachment of certain Russian technologies and Russian economic presence in the daily life. For instance, Russian AI company Yandex, that's famous for its own AI software, managed to domesticate its Alice, the version of Siri, for the Saudi realities, and now the Yasmin, is a Russian Arabic version of AI Alice, is getting more and more popular within Saudi Arabia and the UAE.
Okay, now one of the things that came out of that forum, and I mentioned it in the introduction, is this visa-free regime for tourists and business people. What do you make of this decision? What do you make of this announcement?
Well, this announcement, this decision, first of all, it has quite important symbolic meaning. According to some analysts, such kind of an agreement was rarely signed before with any other country by Saudi Arabia. And by giving a visa-free regime to the Russian citizens, and quite comprehensive visa-free regime, Saudi Arabia definitely emphasizes its interest to promote and develop relations with Russia. Second, it definitely should be considered as an acknowledgement of a certain level that has already been achieved by the two states. And finally, it's one smaller step towards intensification of the economic and investment relations between the two countries by strengthening B2B relations within Russia-Saudi dialogue. Not to say that, of course, this is happening in a quite difficult times for Moscow, so it's also a kind of a sign for the Russian business that it's not going to stay isolated, and irrelative of what's happening in Russia's relations with the West. Saudi Arabia is ready to continue dialogue with Moscow, not to say that this forum happened like only a month after the same type of the forum was conducted between Saudi Arabia and the United States.
Absolutely. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, I read one of the articles you've written in which you say Saudi Arabia is what you called one of the linchpins of Russia's Middle East strategy. And I just wondered what you meant by that.
For Moscow, we also see the transformation of its geopolitical interests and its geopolitical priorities towards the Middle East. So before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, we definitely see that Moscow was giving preference to, I would call it the old Soviet domain. So to those countries that were famous for quite close relations with Russia during the Soviet times and during the so-called first years of the so-called Russia's return to the Middle East in 2000s, namely Syria, Iran, partly Iraq, partly Algeria. But for the last 5 years, and specifically, as I mentioned, within the last 3 years, the attention is more and more getting focused on the Gulf countries that are considered to be quite important for the wide spectrum of Russia's priorities and interests, beginning from the political interests in diversifying Russia's international relations, and ending up, of course, with the economic interests, where we see the Gulf countries, and first and foremost the GCC countries, the Arab Gulf countries, being also kind of a springboard for Moscow towards its economic penetration in other regions, starting again with China and ending up with Africa. Of course, it's not related directly to Saudi Arabia, it's more like the UAE experience, but we definitely see, for instance, the growing importance for the region as a transportation hub. And moreover, in future, Saudi Arabia can even challenge the Emirates in terms of the importance of its role as a transportation hub for Russian goods and for Russian trade going to other regions of the Indian Ocean, or the East Asia and Africa. Not to say that in terms of the ideological, in terms of the domestic needs for Russia, these relations, they are quite important because they are allowing Moscow to show to its domestic audience that Russia is not isolated, and Moscow still is welcome in a quite number of capitals in this world. Apart from that, again, we should also remember that Russia is still pushing several projects of the regional integration, such as, for instance, Eurasian Economic Union, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in inclusion, gradual inclusion. Saudi Arabia in these projects is definitely one of Russia's priorities, and it's on its top list of priorities.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're out of time. Nikolai Kojanov, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Touche Privé, the fast-growing Turkish fashion brand, is seeking to strengthen its presence in Saudi Arabia, which is the fastest-growing fashion market in the whole region. Well, this expansion comes hot on the heels of a $5 million growth investment from Amplify Growth Partnership. The company is also establishing a partnership with one of Saudi Arabia's largest retail groups. Well, to tell us more about all of this, I'm joined here in the studio by Miraç Bal, who is Touche Privé's GCC partner. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's just start by talking about Touche Privé, because some people might not be aware. You only do women's apparel, I'm told.
For now, correct.
What sets you apart from other producers of clothing?
Founded in 2014, we are the fastest growing modest fashion brand in the region, and our ambition is to be #1 modest fashion brand in the world. We have offices in Amsterdam, Istanbul, and Dubai, and what makes us different is our unique and elegant designs, unique community, and technology.
Okay, so you're keen to position yourself in a strong place in the Saudi market. Just tell us, what are your ambitions in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, exactly. I think especially the Vision 2030 has changed the fashion industry in the region. Saudi Arabia is a big market. Touche's design are really liked by women in the region. As actually creative women, they were really wearing our clothes. They made Touche famous in the region. And with the change of Saudi vision, with the Fashion Commission establishment, Ministry of Culture's initiatives, we position one of the powerful brands in Saudi.
Okay, so who's a typical target customer for Touche Privé in Saudi Arabia?
I will say women between 20 to 45. We have a couple of customer archetypes. Mipsters who are really active on TikTok, women who are active in business life, and also women who are going to certain galas, events, and dinners. So these all customer archetypes are our customer base.
Okay, and what makes Saudi Arabia such an important opportunity for you?
Saudi woman has been changing in terms of look, from niqab to abaya to touche look. So suddenly there has been a super huge market gap. So we are filling this market gap with our unique designs.
Is there anything unique to the Saudi market that you, in terms of the clothing you offer, anything that sets this market apart from other markets?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we look at the size of the Saudi market, it's vast. So when we compare with Qatar, Kuwait, or UAE, so Saudi women prefers more modest compared to other countries even. So there's a soft transition from abaya to colorful fashion items, so to speak.
Okay, and just talk us through your upcoming investments in Saudi Arabia, and I'm talking about people, shops, warehousing facilities, and so on. What have you got in store for us?
Right. So we are growing almost 100% year over year. And what we do with this investment is a strong base in the region, establishing a warehouse, improving our service quality, and really understanding our customer much better. So for us, finding 1,000 customers and knowing them by their name, understanding their needs and going after them and helping them to feeling comfortable in society. So this is what we do, really showing people what is possible in terms of fashion. And with the next investment round that we are planning, not just regionally, we want to establish our presence globally in Southeast Asia, in Northern Africa, as well as Americas.
Okay, so you've raised some $5 million US for Middle East regional expansion. I'm just wondering, what's that money going to be used for specifically?
Specifically, improving our service levels in the region. Okay. As I mentioned, being more close to customers and understanding their needs and delivering those needs, as well as more stocks. And what we also would like to do is expansion a little bit more outside of the GCC in Egypt and Lebanon.
Okay, so in terms of expansion plans within Saudi Arabia itself, what would be, where do you see yourself in 5 years from now?
We have a very strong partner in Riyadh, actually. That's a very well-known family. So we are planning to open 2 stores in Riyadh and 1 store in Jeddah. So these will be flagship stores. We are super strong online, but also we want Saudi women to come to the store and see the difference of our designs, touch and feel our products. So this is exactly what we are going to do next 1 year.
What is the feel of your products? What's the differentiating factor here?
First of all, the unique design patterns. So when we look before Touche, we see a lot of products in marketplaces, right? But they don't solve problems. When you look at Voga Closet, Namshi, or any other 6th Street like marketplaces, you don't have the right products in terms of modest fashion. So it's basically gathering all the products in the market. So what we do different is unique design patterns that really help women to feel safe, secure, represent their beliefs while being confident in society. So we help them to reach their full potential in society.
What sort of numbers of jobs do you see Touché Privé creating in Saudi Arabia, at least in the short to medium term?
Right. So today, Touché is 160 people. We have 160 people employees. And in Saudi, in near future, we plan to employ 20. And gradually, we would like to go up to 100 in short term.
Okay, so that's the plans moving forward. Sustainability is a key part of Vision 2030, and I'm just wondering how that goal matches up with Touché Privé's goals and products.
It's not just a word for us, it's our ethics. So we, from production to delivery, in each step, sustainability is in our code of ethics, so to speak.
Okay, so exciting times ahead. Just tell us what sort of a presence we can see of Touché Privé already in Saudi Arabia. People will be able to see it where and in what sort of form?
Oh, absolutely. Currently, we are already present in online marketplaces and also toucheprivé.com channel. But starting from March 2026, we will be having stores, most probably in Riyadh Park as well as Panorama Mall.
Okay, so plans for physical shops.
Exactly.
Exciting times ahead.
So when we look at the shopping behavior of the consumers, we see a mixture between offline and online. A lot of women, they prefer to buy online, but when they need to buy an item that is for special evening, they would like to go to store and they want to have touch and feel.
Yeah, they want to make sure it fits, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. Really appreciate you talking to us. Miraj Bal, Touché Privé's GCC partner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And finally, Riyadh Zoo has reopened for Riyadh season 2025 and has quickly become one of the capital's most popular outdoor attractions. Well, the vast site, which covers some 160,000 square metres, is home to more than 1,600 animals. And amongst the biggest hits with the crowds, there's the elephant experience, and there's also an elevated giraffe walkway. Well, the revamped zoo has entertainment areas, workshops and dining areas, making for a full-day experience, and also adds to the kingdom's growing offering for tourists and residents too. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal, only here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again very soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians, together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nusufora. Well, there is no doubt that the world is a very interconnected place and an excellent example of just how important one region can be on the prosperity, stability and the future of another is the guest who's joining me now. João Cravinho, the Special Representative from the European Union to the Sahel. Thank you so much for joining us here on Arabiya
Pleasure,
English.
thank you.
The world is interconnected. There are no borders around regions. Why is it so important in this geopolitical climate that the European Union has a presence in the Sahel region?
Well, it's a vast region. We're talking about a region more or less 3/4 of the size of the European Union, with 100 million people, not so far from the European Union, and with vast ungoverned spaces, with vast tracts of territory where you have terrorists, where you have organized crime, where you have enormous socioeconomic difficulties. To have this close to the European Union is, apart from tragic and very difficult for the populations concerned, it's also a danger for Europe. And so what we would like to do, and this is of course not done from one day to the next, it takes considerable time, investment and work. What we would like to do is transform what is now a somewhat desolate panorama into a land of opportunity first and foremost for the people of the region, but also an opportunity for a different kind of relationship between the European Union and an important part of Africa. The challenges of the Sahel are challenges that do not remain in the Sahel. We've seen in other parts of the world, for example in Syria, how, or in Afghanistan, when a terrorist group establishes itself territorially, it doesn't stay where it is. We've seen also how difficulties in terms of socio-economic prospects create, and also in terms of security, create migratory flows which are disturbing for the people themselves first and foremost, but also for neighbors in Africa. The countries of the West African coast have absorbed literally millions of people coming from the Sahel, and also some of them have undertaken this extremely perilous, extremely risky journey across the Sahara and across the Mediterranean or across the open Atlantic into the Canary Islands. People do this at enormous risk, and they do this only because the situation is desperate. And it's exactly that same despair which also leads to the recruitment of terrorist groups, of jihadi groups linked to Al-Qaeda or linked to the Islamic State. So we have a complex of problems, and we need to be able to face up to these issues in a multi-pronged manner, different policy instruments, but above all with a dialogue with those who are in positions of leadership.
It's interesting that you raise the way that you liaise with the region, because it leads me to a question of how do you ensure stability, security, prosperity without encroaching on those echoes of colonial past that obviously still run deep in that part of the world.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and we have to be very clear about this. We can make a contribution, but we do not have primary responsibility. We can only work with those who are in a position of authority to the extent that they are available and open for that. We have no wish whatsoever to impose our views, our perhaps anachronistic understanding from Europe onto what are fast-moving realities in a very young region. We're talking about a region where 70% of the population is 25 or under. People who have completely different prospects and outlooks. And what we want to do is to be able to demonstrate that actually a good, healthy and strong relationship with Europe should be part of a better future for all of them. But we're not in the business of imposing anything at all. That, I think, would be a major mistake.
How receptive has the region been when you consider that it encompasses places like Mali, Burkina Faso, that have experienced coups in recent years, a lot of instability? Are you getting a good response? Is there a willingness to cooperate?
There is a big interest. What they tell me is they want to tourner la page. They want to turn the page. They want to establish a different kind of relationship with Europe, and we're very much available for that. Now, how to do this in a context in which we are not necessarily going to agree on everything, because we don't. We have fundamental differences, but we have to have the maturity to agree to disagree on some aspects, and to identify those areas in which we have mutual interests in working together. This is the work that we're currently developing, and I've been well received with this proposal, with this general idea.
How much of it is for the mutual benefit of both regions, but also to try and negate the influence of, say, Russia and China, that are also seeing that power vacuum in that region and wanting to exert their influence there as well?
Well, I think Russia and China are different subjects. We should treat them differently. Russia is clearly a nefarious, makes nefarious contributions to the region. Its contributions to stability have been negative. And I think that it is now clear that what Russia has to offer, which is simply brute force in Mali, is not producing the results. Nowadays, the military security situation in Mali is worse than it was when the Russians were invited in to try to reconquer the territory. So the limitations of Russian capacity are quite clear. China has a very different approach, but and it is interested in resources. We see that in Niger it invested a very large amount of money, for $5 billion US, in making the longest pipeline to the coast in Benin. But with China, what I would say is that they have their approach, and we respect sovereign choices of countries of the region. However, I think that what we have to offer is much wider, much more interesting for the populations in the longer term. But this is not necessarily a question of either or. There is nothing impeding countries of the region from working with China and working with us as well.
And just finally, when we look at things like crucial raw minerals, the benefits that there are, but also concerns about climate, that leads to a lot of climate migration. Is that something that the EU is looking to develop in a sustainable way? How do you encourage that to get the benefits that those obviously very materially rich countries have, but negating the impact that it could have on future climate migration?
Yes, well, I mean, this points to the need that we have as an international community really to develop appropriate governance mechanisms. The climate change is impacting the whole world, but it has a very strong, very powerful impact in the Sahel. It's one of the parts of the world most impacted. This is creating all sorts of changes, elements for change, usually negatively. It is creating, for example, with respect to herders who usually take their cattle from one part of the region to another part, they're forced to find new paths, which are bringing them into conflict with farmers in different regions. And this can also have an ethnic dimension. So here we have climate change producing intensified ethnic conflict. I think that we require an approach that is holistic. You cannot simply apply a one-dimensional formula, military force, for example, and imagine that the problems are going to be solved. That's why I think that the European Union is in a good position to be a good partner for the region, precisely because we do have a multitude of different policy instruments. With respect to critical raw materials, I think that the most important, and I know that the young people of the Sahel feel this very much, is that the wealth that is under their soil should revert to their own futures. And I think that with respect to that, it is necessary to work with the authorities in the different countries in ensuring that appropriate codes of conduct are respected, that there is value added, that there is a return for the populations. And to be honest, I don't see that when we're talking about Russia being a partner for the region, and they're also involved in mining, but in a manner that is not producing any positive results for the population.
It's a really interesting part of the world, and we appreciate you taking the time to share your expertise. Joel Cravino, thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A conservative civil war. Battle lines are being drawn within the Republican Party over dealings with one of America's staunchest allies, Israel. A controversial interview by the president's former close ally, Tucker Carlson, has thrown fuel on the simmering rift. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Israel dividing America's right? The grand old party is in a grand old fight. Republicans are battling an identity crisis. President Trump has promoted an ideology of, among other things, America first and free speech. In doing so, he's shaped the party in his image, but now many of those MAGA converts are questioning whether he's practicing what he preaches.
And in Trump's inaugural, he says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first. And I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe. Yeah. I'm an American nationalist.
Me too.
Fully at this point.
That controversial Tucker Carlson interview with anti-Semitic white supremacist Nick Fuentes has projected this party room spat out into the public arena. Both have used their public platform to accuse establishment Republicans of being Israel first, not America first. That, in turn, has sparked allegations of anti-Semitism. The Carlson controversy has also exposed a broader rift over whether or not the party wants to covet or confront offensive far-right messaging. On this episode, we bring together two Republicans to debate if unequivocal support for Israel is dividing the GOP. Are we witnessing the rise of the woke right? And whether this is a broader battle for party ideology post-President Trump. Well, joining us for tonight's discussion is Shabbos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU, an independent American media organisation and advocacy group, and also on our panel, Scott Greer, a writer, podcaster and columnist at The American Conservative, whose work can also be found on his highly respected Substack. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints, and thank you so much for being here. Well, internal fighting within the GOP is getting nasty, and it all centres around US support for Israel. You've got avowed MAGA supporters accusing some Republicans of being, and I quote, seized by a brain virus. And then you've got establishment Republicans accusing some MAGA supporters of being anti-Semites. So let's start with you, first of all, Shabbos. Is unequivocal support for Israel dividing the GOP, or is there something deeper going on?
Well, I guess it depends how you define unequivocal. I think support for Israel in the same way we support allies that strengthen American foreign policy, whether it's Ukraine or Taiwan, is certainly in America's best interest. The person who knows this the best is President Trump, who's repeatedly stated that America first does not mean America alone. So I obviously support Israel the same way I support any American ally that advances Western hegemony in otherwise regressive regions. I will say the debate on Israel is run by bad faith actors. Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are not interested in serious debates on foreign policy. They're interested in acquiescing to the lowest common denominator of our American political culture. And I was on Piers Morgan yesterday and I quoted Zoolander, where I said, I feel like I'm on crazy pills because for example, I campaigned for President Trump. I spoke at Trump rallies. I registered hundreds of voters. I traveled across the country to convince liberal American Jews to vote for President Trump. So Jewish Republicans, they did our best to ensure that President Trump was reelected. Nick Fuentes, for example, he said not only would he not be supporting President Trump in 2024, but he actually encouraged his own followers to go to Michigan and register voters to vote for Kamala Harris. So it's not that I don't think that these are individuals who are America first. Nick Fuentes doesn't think he's America first. He doesn't think he's a conservative. He's certainly not a Republican. And from a pragmatic political perspective, if Republicans cater to the most radical elements of the base, I am telling you, as someone who left the Democratic Party because they were hijacked by the far left, Republicans will lose elections in the future because Americans reject extremism on both sides.
That's a really interesting point that you make. You left the Democrats because of extremist left views. Scott, let me ask you, is this discussion, is the Republican Party being hijacked by these bad faith actors? And do you think that this one issue is really driving a wedge between Republicans?
Well, no, it's not a matter of being hijacked by anyone. Many of these people involved in this discussion, such as Tucker Carlson, have been longtime Trump supporters. A lot of the people who are wanting to purge Tucker Carlson were never Trumpers in 2016 and weren't even supportive of Trump in the Republican primary. And some people suddenly became Republicans solely over the issue of Israel. So a lot of longtime conservatives have been involved in this issue and have questions about Israel. And much of the public, and they're following the public line. If you look at public support for Israel, it is declining, especially among young Americans. Among young Americans Americans under 30, only less than a quarter of Americans under 30 have a favorable view of Israel. And this is even found among Republicans, where Republicans still show more support for Israel, but for Republicans under 50, so this is the future of the party, 50% have an unfavorable view of Israel. And to say that our whole electoral future depends on unquestionable support and having zero debate over Israel within the right just doesn't make any sense. First off, American Jews didn't even vote that much for Donald Trump in the 2024 election, comparatively speak to the way that Mr. Kassenbaum claims that they did. And then there's many other Americans that we would alienate by having an unquestioning support for Israel and by not even having the discussion on this topic. And really what a lot of this is about is saying that we can't have any discussion on Israel and the American relationship to this state, and that the most important thing for the American conservative movement is to have a deep and unquestioning faith and complete support for a foreign country when Donald Trump's message on foreign policy is about putting America first and the national interest first. And that means we can look at our relations with various other countries and look at what's best for America. And I think that—
Can I ask you, Scott, to pick up on something that Shabbos said, that America first doesn't mean America alone or America, so what do you make of that point? Can you be America first and still prioritize the defense of America's traditional allies?
Well, it's not America alone, because a lot of the looking at our relationship with Israel is seeing if it works best for us in that region. Because right now, the relationship with Israel is causing problems with all their allies in that region. Saudi Arabia is now trying to look to Pakistan and China for security deals due to what's happening with Israel and everything else with our relationship with this, that they don't have as much trust and support in us due to what Israel's actions. And that's the same with other countries in the region and throughout the world. So this is not so much that we're all retreating back to America and we're not caring about the rest of the world. A lot of this is due to us caring about the rest of the world and seeing what's best for our national interests on the world stage. So it's not about America alone. It's about putting the national interest first, not Israel's interest first, and then basing our foreign policy on that.
Mm-hmm. Shabbos, what do you make of that? I mean, do you think, given the public discourse around Israel and its actions at the moment, do you think the Republican Party needs to have a discussion about American support for Israel, albeit a more mature and respectful debate than perhaps what we've been seeing playing out on some social media forums?
Obviously, and I think it's a gross mischaracterization, not only of my argument, but of the actual political reality to suggest that anyone is saying that we must have unquestioned loyalty to the state of Israel. I mean, the only thing the mainstream media seems to be interested in is talking about questioning people's loyalties to Israel and whether Israel first is America first. That basically seems to be dominating American politics for the last 2 years. I mean, I've been Jewish since the day I was born, and I have yet to meet a single Jew who has unquestioned loyalty to the state of Israel. In fact, I was in Israel 2 weeks ago for what's called the World Zionist Congress, along with 700 delegates from all over the world. And all we did was disagree and debate and yell. So even when it comes to loyalty to Israel, most Jews have a vastly different definition as to what that actually means. All I'm suggesting is that the conspiratorial thinking that has animated parts of the far right, people like Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and so on, they do not represent the best interests of the Republican Party. And while it is true that only 35% of the American Jewish community voted for Donald Trump, that is the most votes that any Republican nominee has gotten from the Jewish community since Ronald Reagan. So they made tremendous inroads. 45% of New York Jewry voted for Trump, 40% of Ohio Jewry voted for Trump, 40% of Pennsylvania Jewry voted for President Trump. So these small differences in percentages actually make tremendous differences in swing states like Pennsylvania and like states like Arizona, where it really did make a difference. But again, there's not a single Jew on planet Earth, nor is there a single conservative on planet Earth who will say that you must have unquestionable loyalty to the state of Israel. To Scott's other point pertaining to how our relationship with Israel is actually harming our interests elsewhere, that's why Israel and Saudi Arabia should be part of the Abraham Accords. That's why President Trump has been advocating that for months on end. That would be certainly in the best interest, not only for regional peace, but also for America's interest. You know, Israel gives the United States military intelligence on a daily basis that vastly outweighs the qualitative military sharing that any other Middle Eastern country gives to the United States. The Mossad has prevented terrorist attacks not only on American soil, but really across the world. Yes, it's true that Israel receives roughly $3.5 billion in foreign aid every year. Egypt receives $3.2 billion, and no one really seems to make a big deal about the foreign aid we give to Egypt, and it's sort of unclear what exactly we get in return from Egypt. But B, all of that money that the United States gives to Israel in foreign aid, Israel must spend in the United States. So it not only creates jobs in the United States, it actually creates economic revenue. We make more giving money to Israel because they have to spend it in the United States. So I'm not really convinced that cutting off relations to Israel is in America's best interest. I'm happy to hear arguments otherwise, but the biggest threat to the conservative movement, I truly believe, is what Charlie Kirk constantly spoke out against, which is this victim mentality, that the reason, and Nick Fuentes champions this tremendously, the reason I don't have a steady relationship, the reason I don't have professional success, the reason I can't get ahead in life is something the Jews. That's just a silly, unconvincing argument that very much will alienate a large swath of the American people. And I encourage the conservative movement to do whatever they can to rid themselves of this cancer.
Scott, what do you think? I mean, first of all, do you agree with the characterization of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes being a destructive far-right element within the GOP?
I would not say that it's so much of a destructive far-right element to question Israel and other things, because they're trying to lump in all these different groups who they've had, that a lot of the old guard conservatism have problems with, that it's not just relating to Israel, it's also relating to questions of immigration and even other certain topics that they have not wanted to discuss on any other matter. And you've already seen this with some of the right-wing civil war, is that recently a former board member who is leader of the powerful conservative group, or an influential conservative group called ISI, made this stunning declaration saying that conservatism needs to clear out all these different people who question all the conservative platitudes of the past, that we have to just stick to Bill Buckley and limited government and free market worship, and we can't do anything else. So the real problem is people like Patrick Deneen, who has he's not an extremist of any sort, but he questions some of the conservative platitudes of the past, that we need to eliminate these people. And a lot of certain personalities, Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, are trying to have a cold clear out of new right elements over this fight. And even though Chavez is saying that that there's no conservative who's demanding unquestionable loyalty for Israel, that's not quite true, because Mark Levin and Ted Cruz and many others are saying this, that we cannot have any discussion over Israel within the right. And if you question Israel support for the right, that you're somehow not MAGA, and this is coming from many never Trumpers and people who didn't even bother to support Trump until the very end of the general election in 2024. That's not really the case. There are conservatives who are saying that they can't have a discussion. Now, in the mainstream, there is more discussion of this. That is true. The mainstream media is more willing to discuss and question America's relationship with Israel than it has been in the past. Mm-hmm. But in conservatism, many people on the other side who are very angry about Tucker Carlson and who he's interviewing with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, are also trying to demand that other people be purged for a lot of other reasons, and they want to cease discussion on Israel. And Chavez brings up Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk wanted to have a free and open discussion of Israel where neither side tried to cancel each other, even though it's really more one side that tries to cancel the other. But he wanted to have a free-flowing discussion on this where we don't try to purge people who question America's Israel support, and we try to build up a new right that actually looks to where not new Americans, but young Americans are on this issue.
We're going to come to this idea of
if we are
purging
going to maintain the type of position on Israel that Ted Cruz wants, we're going to have problems winning over young Americans in the future.
We're going to come to.
Let me just
go ahead.
Can I just quickly interject? In terms of winning young people for the future, I'm one of those young people that the conservative movement won over for the future. As you said, to be fair, I was 17 in 2016, so you can't really hold that against me. But I did not support Trump in 2016. I did not support Trump in 2020. I only started supporting Trump after October 7th, when I saw that the radicals within my own party were the first ones to call for the eradication of Western civilization. They were the first ones to call to a globalized intifada. I saw how the institutions of higher learning that I was associated with discriminated against the religious identity of Jews, of Christians. And so I started becoming on the Trump bandwagon. And rather than holding that against me, that's actually a really good thing. Trump won because of a strong coalition of people who were disassociated with the Democratic Party, people who are middle of the ground politically, and yes, staunch conservatives. And I am now a conservative. I work at PragerU, and I'm trying to bring forth the conservative mantra, which is why I feel so passionately about this issue. And in terms of the last point, again, I think that's a gross mischaracterization of what Charlie Kirk stood for. There are so many videos I'm happy to send you where Charlie Kirk explicitly stated that he would never, in his own words, have Nick Fuentes at a Turning Point USA conference. He would never debate Nick Fuentes because he said there is no room in the conservative movement for conspiratorial thinking. And forget about Israel. I mean, Israel happens to be a good manifestation of this, but forget about Israel. Nick Fuentes is someone who has explicitly stated that all blacks need to be imprisoned, that we should rape women whom we disagree with politically, that certain Republican state legislators who vote in ways we don't agree with should be shot in the face. So all I'm saying, if these are the types of people that conservatives truly believe we must amplify, we must platform, we must invite them to our conferences, all in this pseudo sense of free speech. I am telling you, as a newly minted conservative, I saw what happened to my party when they cater to the radicals. It will happen to the Republican Party if they cater to their radicals. And again, Nick Fuentes, by his own admission, is not a Republican. So if you want to make aspersions, I don't mean you, Scott, but in general, if one wants to make aspersions that I'm not really MAGA because I used to be a liberal 3 years ago, I mean, sure, it's an interesting interesting point, although it's sort of silly because Donald Trump also used to be a Democrat and now he isn't. But Nick Fuentes, today, as we speak, is not a Republican. He doesn't even identify himself as a conservative. He's someone who identifies himself literally as, quote, Team Hitler.
Scott, what's your response to that?
Well, on the matter of platforming, I mean, Tucker Carlson was a featured guest and speaker at most TPUSA events, at several TPUSA events, and Tucker and Charlie Kirk were good friends, as Charlie Kirk was with Candace Owens. Of course, there were certain people that he did not want to platform, such as Nick Fuentes, but he was platforming these other voices that many of on the other side who are very pro-Israel want to purge from the conservative movement. And as the people who are succeeding in leadership at TPUSA from Charlie Kirk, they insist that they do not want to purge Tucker Carlson because they want to carry on Charlie Kirk's legacy and allowing him to speak freely. And so there's a fixation to say that there's this one person that we shouldn't platform, and this represents all the people who are criticizing Israel, and that we can't be associated with that. But then it goes in that we can't have any criticism of Israel just because of a certain person's other comments on other subjects. And I don't think that's the way that we should handle this matter. We should be handling this matter on what serves the national interest first, what puts America first, and to look if that's how the relationship with Israel is actually working out. And we can point out to another issue that this is not America alone, is that going back to the Middle East, is that Israel's trying to torpedo the new Syrian regime that we're trying to work with, that they've been bombing this new Syrian government for some reason. And while Trump is trying to work with them and Europe is trying to work with them so they can send migrants back from Europe, which is an important issue for the right and nationalists all over the world to try to resettle these migrants that have been in Europe and moving them back to their home. And the Syrian government offers this opportunity, but for some reason, Israel is wanting to bomb them and destabilize them, which ends those efforts to accomplish that goal. So I think it's not a matter of, this person said this person said that. It's a matter of looking at the national interest first and putting America first and reassessing our relationship on that principle.
Shavos?
Yeah, there are two things I want to quickly say. First of all, you keep saying Israel is bombing Syria for some reason. I mean, you do know that al-Jawlani was hunting Druze in the streets, and then the Druze of Syria asked Israel to have targeted assassinations against the terrorists who were killing them. I mean, you know that, right?
There are several bad things going on in the world which we are not able to solve, and that Israel seems remarkably concerned about the Druze, and so do a lot of other pro-Israel conservatives suddenly seem very concerned in Nigeria and distracting us from what's going on in the Middle East to Nigeria. And then they're like, well, we've got to intervene, do this for humanitarian reason to save this particular persecuted group. But that's an insult to America because America is trying to work with that new Syrian government, and we're trying to offer them protections and try to make them stabilize so that that doesn't become a headache for the rest of the world, like what was going on in the Syrian civil war. And now Israel was trying to threaten that because they're saying, well, there's problems with the Jews. I mean, there are several lingering conflicts from the civil war going on. And then to use this reason to say we need to bomb them and destabilize them, which hurts our national interests, which we're trying to stabilize, and we can, use diplomacy to ensure that there's greater protections for the Druze. But that's not the case. It's to destabilize the region and to destabilize that country, which is not in our national interests.
First of all, the idea that Syria was not destabilized until Israel began bombing them barely even 3 months ago, and it only lasted for about 2 weeks, I think does a tremendous disservice to historical reality that Syria has been involved in a brutal civil war where more than 500,000 people have been killed over the last 10 years.
I mentioned that they've been in a civil war. We're working towards stabilization.
Hang on. Well, if they're working on destabilization, then how come they stopped the bombing campaign? It's a pretty odd strategy of destabilization when you only have target assassinations for like 3 weeks after your own ethnicity, the Druze people, who I think about 5% of Israel is Druze. I know many Druze in Israel, specifically in Majdal Shams, which is a Druze area that was actually targeted by Hezbollah rocket attacks that killed a dozen Druze children who are citizens of Israel. So Israel doesn't randomly care. It's because the Druze are an integral ethnic minority within Israel. And so the Druze citizens of Israel asked their own government, can you protect our family and brothers in Syria who are being slaughtered by the Jolani regime. And Israel said, sure, because that was in our own national interest. They did not ask American boots on the ground. They did not use American money. This was in Israel's own national security. And it was a very successful campaign, which stopped the killing of the Druze. So I'm not sure why this is sort of a point of contention. But I do want to go back to your first point, because when I spoke about Nick Fuentes, I specifically said, forget about Israel. This really has nothing to do with Israel. And then in your answer, Scott, you mentioned Israel, at least a dozen times. So forget about Israel. I think Nick Fuentes is a danger to the conservative movement, not because he questions Israel. As I keep saying, literally everyone on planet Earth questions Israel, including Jews. I mean, I hope you've been to Israel, and if not, I'm happy to take you. It is a national pastime for Israelis to critique and question and criticize their own government. I mean, literally, it is like the only thing they do. What I will say is, forget about Israel, forget about anti-Semitism. When you have an individual like Nick Fuentes, who is criticizing the religious identity of our second lady, Usha Vance, when you have someone like Nick Fuentes who says that your body, my choice, and we need to rape women, that will be very, very bad for the conservative movement to attach themselves to, should they hope to win elections in the future. And as it pertains to Tucker Carlson, I would agree with you. As Charlie taught me, as he taught millions of Americans, the best way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. The problem is, though, people like Nick Fuentes and the guest that I was meant to debate on this show, Lily Gaddis, they're not interested in debate or discourse. They are interested in blowing up the political establishment. They say this explicitly. Like, you don't have to trust me. Just look at what they say. And I'm trying to help conservative. I'm trying to help the Republican Party. They will lose elections if they keep tying their horse to this radical, low IQ, dangerous movement. It has nothing to do with Israel. I think people who say that this is about questioning our loyalties to Israel, I think it's a silly, lazy argument, because I don't think there's a serious conservative alive, including Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro, who I don't speak for. I don't have anything to do with them personally, but they also will tell you that absolutely you can and you should and you must, as an American, question all of our alliances. They have simply reached the conclusion that an alliance with Israel, in the same way an alliance with Taiwan, an alliance with Japan, an alliance with Ukraine, an alliance with Australia, is in fact in the best interest of the United States.
Scott, I want to ask you to comment on what Shabos has said, and then I'm going to move us on to our next segment. But if you can pick up on this idea of whether commentators like Nick Fuentes, are they too toxic? Is it creating an environment where Republicans appear to be coveting this extremist sort of ideology in the desire maybe for cred, for street cred, for popularity, for populism?
Well, what Republican politicians are meeting with Nick Fuentes in this? Like, Nick Fuentes is not a Republican politician. He's not on Fox News.
Marjorie Taylor
Who is
Greene.
a Republican politician is Randy Fine and Ted Cruz. And who is on Fox News? Mark Levin. So these people are much more associated with the Republican Party and conservatism. And I don't know what you want to do with Nick Fuentes, is that Nick Fuentes is an independent content creator. You're not going to censor him. We are opposed to censorship unless you want Rumble to kick him off the platform and X to kick him off the platform, which conservatives oppose these measures back in the day when we were upset with big tech censorship. You know, this is not someone who is a representative of the Republican Party and conservatism. And it's just that Tucker Carlson had an interview with him. You can question whether he should have had that interview or not, but this is not reflective of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is represented by you can say Mark Levin because he speaks at these events, Ted Cruz and Randy Fine. And Randy Fine is saying a lot of extreme stuff on Palestinian children and other things that is not going to help us in elections if we're running on that. So that is something that we have to directly worry more about. And you keep saying that people like, well, we can't question it. But the problem is when we then question it, these people want to cancel you no matter what you say. You know, they get that Mark Levin and others get very upset if you have any discussion about this. So to say that they're open to a discussion is just asinine because they don't appreciate that. And I have been in conservatism for many years. You know, they try to cancel Pat Buchanan for wanting to have a discussion on Israel. They've wanted to cancel Tucker Carlson for years, far before that this discussion was happening over Nick Fuentes. And so it's not just merely saying, oh, well, we're open with a free discussion on Israel, but we just don't want this extremist element. No, it's trying to paint the other side that has criticism of Israel and paint them as these extremists that we don't want, that are going to cost us our election, while ignoring the actual elected lawmakers and focus of the Republican Party that's at odds with the views of young Americans and can cost us more in elections than anything that the people who are most eager to associate Republican Party and conservatism with certain ideas that are unpopular and saying that this is, they're all full of racists and bigots. It's primarily the liberal media, and we've usually wanted to ignore their attacks on us, but we're trying to take their attacks to purge critics on our side or people that we don't like. And that's not just Fuentes, that's a whole swath of people, as you can see from the debate that's going on with ISI, which they're wanting to purge all these people who I think even most conservatives wouldn't have a problem with, but they say, oh, they're too far out. They don't agree with every single thing Bill Buckley said. So I don't think that's the way the discussion is framed. I think it's a bit disingenuous to say we can have a free discussion on Israel as long as Tucker Carlson or other personalities aren't involved. Those are the people leading the charge on it, and they're the ones who have the highest profile. And I'm meaning Tucker Carlson here because he's got a huge platform, gets over 1 million views on YouTube. What he says matter, it makes news, and they're trying to say we don't want him to have anything to do with the right. We want to purge him. But the good news is that you can't purge him because he's an independent content creator and there's no one who can, call him up and fire him.
Okay, Shabbos, I'm going to get you to respond. Jump in quickly, Shabbos, and then I'm going to ask a question to you.
Okay. Scott, just very quickly, I think one of the problems I'm having with your argument is you are using the term cancel or cancelization incredibly loosely and generously here. As I already conceded, and I believe very strongly, the only way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. The problem is, though, refusing to engage with people who have stated all the things I'd mentioned before about, shooting Republicans, raping women, imprisoning all blacks, sending Jews to the concentration camps. Refusing to engage with those people is not engaging in cancel culture. It's engaging in common sense. And this used to be a conservative argument, actually, that in the marketplace of ideas, good ideas win out and bad ideas don't win out. And that is why have those debates, but that doesn't mean the Heritage Foundation, for example. It does not mean Turning Point USA, for example, have a constitutional obligation to platform reprehensible individuals. And again, it's not so much that Tucker Carlson platformed Nick Fuentes. And it's interesting that you keep using Israel as the example when, ironically, I, as the Jew, am not. Tucker Carlson, in that Nick Fuentes interview, for example, he gave him a pass on literally every single thing that Nick said. So, for example, when Nick said, yeah, I know the date December 18th really well, which happens to be a day before my birthday. And Tucker says, well, why? Why do you know the date December 18th? He says, oh, because that's Joseph Stalin's birthday. And Tucker Carlson says, interesting, let's put a pin in that. Meanwhile, he presses Ted Cruz on the exact ethnic population of Iran and its population numbers. I mean, this is not a serious interview. This is Tucker doing exactly what Tucker knows he does best, which is amplifying, distorting, and creative friction and fissures within the conservative movement.
Okay.
So again, this is not a discussion on Israel. This is a discussion on bringing destructive, nefarious forces who themselves don't believe in conservative values into the conservative movement. And again, it is not cancel culture. It is common sense. And if we engage with reprehensible individuals like Nick, we will lose elections.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that because this leads me right into the next sort of subject area I want us to cover. Because it's not uncommon for political parties to consist of many different factions and groups of thought. But recently, as you've both been pointing out, we've seen Republicans, such as Florida Congressman Randy Fine and Fox commentator Mark Levine, calling for people like Tucker Carlson to be purged from the party. And this is causing a bit of an identity crisis for Republicans who rallied against cancel culture, as you've been saying, Scott, but now appear to want to cancel Tucker Carlson and others. Shabbos, are we witnessing then the rise of the woke right?
Well, the woke right would not be the right that are trying to cancel people like Tucker Carlson. The woke right is Tucker Carlson, people who have very bizarre conspiratorial ways of thinking about the world, which is why, for example, Tucker Carlson's latest episode yesterday was on chemtrails, which if you read the comments on his video, even conservatives were saying, what the hell has happened to this man? It has to do with people like Candace Owens, who believes that Charlie Kirk appeared to her in a dream, insisting that Candace must find out the true identity of his assassin. It's people like Nick Fuentes, who blames all of their societal problems on something, the Jews. So that's the woke right. And again, I'll let Mark Levine and Randy Fine, who I don't know these people well, I don't associate with them, and I'll let them speak for themselves and they can advance their own ideas. What I will say is in political culture, it has always been true for 250 years that there is an accepted Overton window of political discourse. So let's use the left as an example. We can have debates on the left, or I should say the left, within the Democratic Party. We can have debates as to what do we do about illegal immigration, right? Do we have a pathway to amnesty? Do we deport violent criminals? Do we deport everyone? Do we debate a wall? Right? We can have those debates because it's all within an accepted framework. What would be repudiated in the Democratic Party would be we need to round up all Mexicans and send brown people back to where they came from, which ironically is what Nick Fuentes has suggested numerous times. So when it comes to people like Tucker Carlson, it's not cancellation. It is the ability to recognize that we as conservatives believe in certain principles and we believe in certain values. And people who don't share those principles or their values, they're welcome to do what they would like. This is a free country. Have your platform, have your Rumble, have your Twitter. But we are not forced to invite you to our conferences. That to me seems like a bizarre notion that we are beholden to invite the lowest IQ, the lowest denominators into our conferences, because if not, we're engaged in cancel culture.
Scott, I can see that you want to jump in here. Please, feel free. You don't have to wait for me to pull you into the conversation. Go ahead. What do you make? I can see your face.
I'm trying to be respectful of the rules here, but yeah, with the thing with the Tucker Carlson and other things that you're saying about Heritage, and like we're not against cancel culture, but even what happened with Heritage Foundation is an example of cancel culture. Is that, Kevin Roberts sent out a message, and just for that sheer message of just defending Tucker Carlson, he had to then have this groveling apology before all of Heritage staff. And now they're trying to demand that like all the Heritage staff around him must go to Shabbat dinner, whether they feel that that's part of their, whether a religion will allow that or not. And it's very weird that they're just trying to demand that. I mean, people are free to go as they please, but it's almost in conservatism with this recent uproar over the Tucker Carlson interview that they're trying to demand a type of ideological conformity among these sides. And yes, you say, okay, they can have the Rumble, they can have their anything. That's fine, but that's not really more than what they want to do with Tucker. Is that Tucker is an influential conservative personality. He is someone who's spoken at Turning Point USA events. He had a close relationship with Charlie Kirk, and they want to end that. And Turning Point USA is standing up for Tucker and saying that our part of our free speech is that we're going to stick with Tucker and allow him to speak at these events. And when you bring up that mention of saying, oh, he was harder on Ted Cruz versus Fuentes, and I'm not, Tucker can do his interviews the way you want. I would probably a lot of other people would conduct that interview in a different way. But Ted Cruz is an elected lawmaker. Ted Cruz is one of the most powerful senators in the country. And Ted Cruz is somebody who wants to be president in 2028. And it's worth having that level of scrutiny for Ted Cruz, regardless of how he conducted the interview with Fuentes. It's right for him to ask these questions, especially when he's arguing for an intervention in Iran. And if he doesn't know basic facts about Iran, then that's right to call him out. And it was necessary to have that interview. If you have one of the leading forces pushing for an intervention in Iran and is one of the strongest advocates for Israel in Congress, and he doesn't know these basic facts, then that's worth calling out. And you want greater scrutiny of lawmakers versus streamers. I mean, that's how our democracy works. I mean, streamers are probably for the best are not running our country. It is these senators and congressmen and other government officials that are, and you want to have greater scrutiny of that. And it is a matter of, the woke right is a funny term. I would not accuse either side of being woke right, because woke has a specific meaning that it can only mean something with the left.
Oh, it does. And yet that's what we're hearing. It's what is being bandied around.
It does.
Shabbos, what do you make of some of Scott's points?
To the left. And what the term that came out with the woke right was primarily put out by people like James Lindsay and conservatives of that sort, and saying that, oh, these guys are identity focused. They're talking too much about immigration and other things. That's not really conservatism, and we need to purge these people. That was actually when woke right was primarily deployed. It was deployed by James Lindsay, not on issues relating to Israel. And so this is not so much of an issue relating that we want to purge all people who criticize Israel. It's people, we want to purge all people who are part of this new right or dissident right or online right, whatever you want to call it, who are bringing forth new ideas into conservatism. And the previous version of conservatism, as represented by Ted Cruz, failed in previous elections in 2016, 2020, 2024. It was rejected. They went with Trump because he offered something new from the stale, worn out, discredited conservatism of the past. And now old guard elements that never really supported Trump in the beginning want to utilize events like this to purge the elements that are trying to meet the Trumpist moment. And I don't think that's correct. And it's relating not just to Israel, it's also relating to immigration, it's relating to free speech, and it's relating to and foreign policy in general, how we conduct our foreign policy away from neoconservatism of the past.
Shabos?
Sure. There's a lot there to unpack. First of all, if you want to make the argument that the old guard had been repudiated by Donald Trump himself has called Tucker Carlson cuckoo and wacky. He said just yesterday that Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost his way. He's repeatedly denounced Nick Fuentes. So you're kind of making like two very contradictory points here, because Donald Trump, who definitionally is MAGA, he is the face and the founder of MAGA, he wants nothing to do with these people. So that's number one. Number two, in the 20 minutes I've known you, Scott, you are a hell of a lot smarter than the argument you just made as it pertains to cancel culture. What do I mean by this? If I, for example, was a believer that children should be biologically mutilated if they believe that they were born into the wrong body, and then I was upset that Turning Point USA did not invite me to their conferences to speak about said agenda, would that be cancel culture? No, that would be a recognition that we are a conservative movement. We don't value your political identity or agenda, and therefore we are not going to platform it. And as it pertains to Tucker Carlson's interview with Ted Cruz, I agree with you. Tucker Carlson should be, as any journalist, should be aggressive and direct with Ted Cruz. The problem is, as I had already articulated, he then gives Nick Fuentes an entire pass. And to your point, well, Ted Cruz is making policy, so therefore he's more important. Again, that's contradicted by your earlier assertion that people like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are way more influential because, to your own point, they have millions and millions of views. That's the problem we have. It's giving a free pass.
They're way more influential than people like Ben Shapiro and a lot of their rivals. I did not say they're more influential than Ted Cruz and actual lawmakers.
Sure. They're not as influential. You're missing the point here. The point is we need to be as intense and scrutinize the points of all individuals who are seeking to claim a stake of leadership within the conservative movement. So I think there's a lot more to unpack, but I'll leave it at that. Essentially, is let's not sort of quibble on semantics and quibble on minute minorities, political differences within our party. And let's focus on the big picture here that, as I keep saying, we will lose elections if we acquiesce to these types of individuals.
It leads us into this third and final segment, actually, perfectly, because, I think, Scott, you've also mentioned this idea of the new right, these new ideas. What's it going to look like as we come into the next election cycles? It's pretty clear that some parts of the president's base aren't happy with the direction of travel. Recently, many have denounced his comments on Fox News back on Tuesday regarding the need for more legal migrants to come to America on specialist H-1B visas, as just the latest example that they have platformed of the president backflipping on his America First promises. There is a clear dividing line between establishment Republicans and the more purist America First base. So, Scott, to go back to some of your earlier points, do you think that all of this infighting will determine the direction of the Republican movement, America First, or the MAGA movement post-Trump? Are we now reshaping the Republican political landscape?
Oh, absolutely. Even if you look at the backlash towards Trump's comments, which I think Trump's comments were more of a matter of poorly thought out language, or not even really understanding what H-1Bs are. I'm a Trump supporter, but sometimes he doesn't say the right things in these interviews. But it's good that you have a backlash to let the administration know and Trump know that the base absolutely opposes this. But even that comment, a Republican president, say, George W. Bush, if he was making these type of comments, most Republicans were like, we need more legal immigration. We like that. That's patriotic. But now you see how the MAGA base reacts, not just to illegal immigration, but to legal immigration. That the idea that anyone could potentially offer support for H-1B visas, which the average conservative wouldn't even known about, 4 or 5 years ago. But now it's a serious issue among really are the people who are most into conservative media content. That's showing a major shift in the party. And very few people in the party openly advocate for an amnesty for illegal immigrants anymore. Pretty much everyone in the party now has to oppose amnesty for illegal immigrants. And now the battle is over how much legal immigration we should restrict. You know, there's still a lot of people in the party who have not moved in that direction, particularly in the old leadership and a lot of the old guard of conservatism. But there's this push forward in that direction. And it's also on foreign policy. You would have never seen Republicans question support for Ukraine and all these foreign commitments that we have in the past. And we would never even, they would have all said, like, you can't say America first. That's a bigoted term we left in the past. But now it's a term that is mainstream and popular. And even people like Ted Cruz want to utilize for their own side, which even though it might not be very America first. So it's definitely a new right that has shifted. And we're seeing these debates play out all the time with the comments relating to Trump's comments on H-1Bs and in the Tucker interview and the desire to push Tucker out of the conservative movement. But it's going to be very difficult for them to push Tucker out of the conservative movement or any of these other independent content creators, because the new media environment favors them over the old establishment. Is that more people tune in to the YouTube and to clips they see on TikTok and on X and Substack than they do in the traditional media. Fox News is still going strong, but Fox News still wants to appeal to this new media environment and take a lot of these ideas that they would have ignored in the past. If you watch Fox News today, they're pretty much documenting any illegal alien crime that they can find, which in the past they wouldn't have been as focused on. And even last year, they were strongly supporting Daniel Penny, who is a veteran who took down a threatening vagrant on a train, which in the past they would have said, we can't defend this guy. They're calling him a racist. But then they turned him into a hero. And this is reflecting the new media environment and new right views and a new conservatism that is coming forth. And a lot of this fight over Tucker Carlson is old guard elements trying to push back against it and to say that they're woke right. We don't want this elements in our movement anymore. We want to return back to the good old days of National Review controlling everything and people like that. And I think that that's going to be very impossible for them to do due to the new media environment.
Is this old guard
but
versus
again,
new guard, Chavos?
Well, again, if you want to make the argument that the old guard is pushing out Tucker Carlson, you're going to have to also explain why is it that President Trump, who is definitely not the old guard by your own admission, he blew up the old guard, you're going to have to make a convincing argument as to why President Trump wants Tucker Carlson out of the party. By his own admissions, he said that Tucker lost his way. He called Tucker crazy. He called Tucker a wacko. I mean, Tucker Carlson has spent the last few months without explicitly stating President Trump by name because he's too much of a coward, but by implicitly stating that President Trump is covering up a child sex ring in defense of Jeffrey Epstein. Again, he won't say President Trump by name because he's afraid, but that's his podcast the last 6 months. He was saying that President Trump was going to start World War III by attacking Iran. I mean, I think it was both him and Dave Smith who had on their pinned Twitter account that if we attack Iran, we're going to have hundreds of thousands of American soldiers dying. And of course they were wrong. And I just want to make one other point that I forgot to respond to earlier in terms of Kevin Roberts, which again, Scott, you're obviously a much smarter man than I, but you know that the attack against Kevin Roberts was not that he was defending Tucker Carlson. The attack was that he said that there was a venomous coalition of, these outside shadowy forces who are trying to silence him, which is an obvious nod to, again, this conspiratorial thinking of the far right. And no one is demanding that you must go to Shabbat dinners, otherwise you are anti-Semitic. This, again, is a classic fringe talking point.
A lot of people were demanding that of certain staff members. I'm not saying you are, but there were individuals such as Bethany Mandel and others.
Hang on. You've been very respectful up until this point. Let's not break it. You can respond. Just let me make the point. This whole Shabbat dinner thing came about. My friend Bethany Mandel, she was part of this task force just to recommend what Heritage can do. And out of like the 14 points, one of them was, why don't you invite, as a total voluntary optional basis, people to Shabbat dinner? And by the way, as someone who gets invited to Shabbat dinners the whole time, believe me, you can say no. And Scott, I don't know where you live, but next time you're in LA, you're more than welcome to come to my house for Shabbat dinner. And if you say no, I will not call you anti-Semitic, because believe me, there is no one on planet Earth who believes it's anti-Semitic. There was no one who was saying you must go to Jewish people's houses for Shabbat dinner. So again, it's just this bizarre conspiratorial talking point that people like Nick Fuentes constantly talk about to create divisions within the conservative movement. And the last point, which is really to address your question, I will say there are healthy debates and disagreements and dialogues. That is good. That's what conservatism is. That's kind of what the left doesn't do. We don't have ideological uniformity. That's a really healthy thing. So whether it pertains to, I'll mention Israel, whether it pertains to our alliance with Israel, whether it pertains to illegal immigration, whether it pertains to tariffs, let's have those debates. Let's have those disagreements. But let's not be fooled by the fact that there are these nefarious actors who don't want any healthy skepticism or debate or disagreement. They want to, as I keep saying, imprison black people, deport brown people. I mean, these are not people we should be inviting in. And yes, I will mention William Buckley. I'll stick up for him. He was absolutely right to purge his movement of the John Birch Society, and the conservative movement was strengthened as a result. And then lastly, as it pertains to illegal migration and legal migration, absolutely, we need to have a serious discussion as to who are the people we are allowing into our country. How is it, for example, that someone like Mahmoud Khalil, who literally lied on his visa application to the United States, was granted a foreign student visa, and then when he called for the eradication of Western civilization, when he took part in protests at Columbia University that held maintenance workers hostage, how is it that he was allowed into this country? How is it that Mehdi Hassan, who was a low-level journalist for Al Jazeera, who compared non-Muslims to pigs and monkeys and cattle, how the hell was he allowed into this country? So obviously we're in agreement that illegal immigration must stop and border crossings are down, what, like 99%? But now we must pivot to who are the types of people we are allowing into our country, because certainly we want, we desire, and we need immigration, legal immigration, but also the right kinds of legal immigration.
Scott, I'll give you a right to reply on that before we have to wrap up.
One quick point about Tucker. But with this, I think it is, Tucker, for the most part, is still, as far as I know, a Trump supporter. And he also earns the right to have some criticism of Trump. Now, I'm not going to defend his over-the-top statements that World War III is going to happen and all that. But Tucker, unlike a lot of other conservative personalities, supported Trump in 2016 when that was very risky to do and very dangerous to do. And I worked for him at the time, and he had all these people threatening him, saying, we're going to get you fired from Fox for just saying nice things about Trump in 2016. And then for the 2024 primary, when many of the people are trying to say he's not MAGA and trying to purge him, and I'm not accusing you, even though I'm not sure if you were affiliated with conservatives at the time. If you were, that's that. But there were other people who were very anti-Trump at the time, very supportive of DeSantis and wanting to push Trump out of conservatism, who were fully against Trump, while Tucker was for Trump and supporting Trump. So he has earned the right to have some criticism of Trump. And I think all Trump supporters are able to disagree with policies and statements that Trump made. You see many Trump supporters who are upset about his H-1B comments and other statements about Chinese student visas. I've criticized him on that, but I think we have a right to criticize him on areas of disagreement. And I think just because Tucker criticizes him over his move to Iran, which was, a divisive issue within MAGA, I think, you just say, oh, well, he's no longer MAGA because he disagreed with Trump on this certain area. I don't think that's a correct position to have. I think Trump supporters are able to disagree with president's actions without going full anti-Trump.
So what about the fact that Tucker Carlson has repeatedly insinuated that Donald Trump knows that there's a child sex ring that implicates almost all national security government officials, yet he's not releasing the Jeffrey Epstein tapes?
Well, several MAGA commentators were upset about how he handled the Epstein files and other things. I'm not going to defend that statement on how he is, but many other Trump supporters were upset about that. If you look at the people who are running Rasmussen Reports, which is a polling firm that is very MAGA, it's a conservative institution, they were also critical of how the Trump administration was handling the Epstein files. So were many other MAGA commentators. So this is not that Tucker is an outlier. And if you're going to purge Tucker over that, you're going to have to purge a lot more conservatives as well.
But hang on, I'm not saying purge Tucker Carlson, and I think you're misunderstanding the question. It's not about how he handled or mishandled Jeffrey Epstein. If you go on Tucker Carlson's podcast for the last 6-7 months, he has stated repeatedly that there are those in power, and again, he won't mention Trump by name because he doesn't have the balls, but there are those in power who know that currently there is a child sex ring operation. He knows the people behind it, and he's refusing to release the tapes or the files, whatever, because he would be implicated. So that's not like we disagree with how they handled the releasing of the Epstein files. That is like Donald Trump is implicated in them.
As I said previously, Several other people are making this. I'd have to look at the tapes and say what he says specifically, because several conservatives who are talking about Epstein still say that it's people in power, but they're not implicating Trump. So I'd have to see on that matter with Trump. But I still
What
think
about the fact that Tucker Carlson is implicated
in
Trump?
other areas, he has earned the right to disagree with Trump on other policies due to his past support. And I think Trump supporters can disagree with Trump on statements and actions he takes.
Okay, before we get too bogged down.
In 10 seconds. So let me just ask one last time, because I just want to have a clear answer from you. What about the fact that that Tucker Carlson has implicitly stated that Donald Trump is in fact implicated?
If he explicitly stated, that's a difference. If he implicitly states, he could be referring to anything else.
Okay, and I also need to say that the president has repeatedly denied any involvement for the sake of accuracy and legalities here.
He's not
the president has denied
the only person
any
who thinks that Donald Trump was actually involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex scandal is actually Tucker Carlson.
Okay. Before we get too bogged down in Jeffrey Epstein, this could absolutely be a debate for next week. It is something that Counterpoints may revisit. We've done an episode on this in the past, and it looks like we may need to pick it up again. But, gentlemen, I'm going to have to wrap it up there before we get too far over time on a whole brand new topic, because it's been really interesting having both of you express views on the current and perhaps the future ideological path of the Republican Party. Thank you to both of our guests. Sharbos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU, and Scott Greer, writer, podcaster and columnist at The American Conservative. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and one-to-one interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube, and don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine's President Zelensky is holding peace plan talks in London with EU leaders as Trump claims he hasn't read the proposals. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa urges civilians to work together to rebuild their country a year after former ruler Bashar al-Assad was ousted. And Hollywood's award season kicks off as the nominees of next year's Golden Globes are announced. Ukraine's President Zelensky is in London today holding talks with EU leaders, including British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. They discussed the latest peace plan that was drafted alongside US officials last week. Ahead of the talks, Keir Starmer said that we stand with Ukraine. Last night, President Trump claimed Zelensky hadn't read the proposal yet. Take a listen.
a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky is fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Elami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Rawia, let's start with you. We just heard from Donald Trump there, but also President Zelensky has been in London today, and then he's now travelling to Brussels, so there's lots of shuttle diplomacy happening there. How significant are these talks for moving the peace plan forward, especially after Trump's claim that Zelensky's not even read it?
Well, in theory and symbolically, they should be significant. But in practice, in practical terms, since they ended with no results, I think they don't seem to be that significant. Now, from what we know so far, that at least on the issue of territory, there was no agreement during these meetings, which means that territory remains the most challenging obstacle in this deal. On security guarantees, defense aid, and other issues that were discussed, maybe there were private reassurances were offered by the Europeans to Ukraine. But from a public diplomacy standpoint, it did not come out with anything substantial. I think, though, there are originally limits to European-led diplomacy in whichever case.
It's quite interesting because it almost felt ceremonial today. It almost felt like Zelensky arrived in the UK to meet Macron, Merz and Starmer, Jono, as after those talks between the US and Ukraine over the weekend, no significant breakthrough. I don't know what you think. Is this all about just being with your allies, trying to show Donald Trump that you're strong together in the face of Moscow, in the face of Washington, D.C.? That's kind of how it's appearing at the moment.
Well, he needs Europe on side, and Europe has this influence. We know it has an influence, certainly, over the negotiations that are taking place, but it's political leverage more than anything else. It's not really authorship. The plans have been in place. It's a US drafted plan. And Europe is kind of saying, yes, we're okay with this. No, we're not. What we're seeing now is Zelensky trying to garner the troops in terms of a European front to try and get more leverage when it comes to coming to the negotiating table. The US has led the draft on this from the get-go. Europe is deeply invested on the ground. Europe has been funding Ukraine and continues to do so. It's been training troops. It's been handling the refugee fallout. Every single country in Europe has been handling that. And that gives leaders like Starmer, like Macron, like Merz, they've got the ability to shape the red lines that we're hearing so much about. They've been brandished about so much, particularly around the sovereignty, particularly around security guarantees, because as we know from the US's point of view, that will fall to Europe. So that's where Europe comes into play here and has the influence and has somewhat of a bargaining chip. What they can't do, certainly at this stage, is ignore Washington's weight and ignore Washington's requests. So it's less about rewriting the plan. That's not going to happen. The 19-point plan is there in place. It's more about preventing a deal that Europe and Ukraine can't live with more than anything else. So it's about finding the common ground and saying, right, this is where we are and this is where we'd like to be. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. The longer that Zelensky holds tough on not giving Trump a response in this, I think the more likely Donald Trump, who doesn't really deal very well when he kind of gets put on the back foot, he's likely to not take that really in a favourable light. So I think it's in Zelensky's best interest to get the troops together, i.e. in the form of Macron and of Starmer and of Merz, and say, right, here's the united front of Europe and here's what we think we want in terms of a deal, and then come back to the negotiating table if that's the case. That's what I think we're seeing right now.
What I find interesting, Rawia, is we haven't really heard from Russia, have we? Russia haven't said what they like about the peace plan, if they're even going to agree to it, what they're willing to concede. None of us actually really know what this looks like. So we're all talking about it, but we're not actually 100% sure about anything. And it's quite a difficult position for analysts to be in and people on the ground, because it's that insecurity of what is this plan? It's changed so many times. Is Moscow looking at the same plan as Kyiv is.
Especially, yeah, you're right. Especially after Witkoff and Jared Kushner went to Moscow to discuss the plan with Putin, and then we didn't really hear much after that about the details. And in fact, this is why the Ukrainian delegation has went back, met again on Saturday in Miami with the Americans so that they can brief them on what happened in Moscow. Now, the thing is, we heard it from President Trump that the Russians are okay with it, with the plan. That's what he said.
And we haven't heard that before.
We haven't heard that before. But also we're hearing that the Zelensky's people, as President Trump called them, his team, they love the plan. But Zelensky hasn't really read the proposal yet. So we're getting a lot of mixed signals as to exactly what has this plan come down to now that it's 19 points. Who is agreeing on what exactly? And even we haven't heard from Russia about what they refuse to, from this plan.
Yeah, it's sort of fascinating, isn't it? Because we've been talking about a long time, but not 100% knowing the details of the plan. I think it's really interesting because I spoke to a couple of analysts in my earlier show, and both of them actually came out and said the same thing to me. They said Putin and Russia are continuing this war because they have the men to do it. They have the men to send to the front lines to fight. They basically have the bodies. And the problem is Ukraine is running out of that, and they don't have that at the moment. So even though we're hearing about drone warfare, electronic warfare, it still comes down to that face-to-face combat on the battlefield that wins you territory.
Yeah, it's size of population.
Population, the army strength, but also financially. Ukraine are not in a position to continue this war indefinitely funded by Europe. Now, there was a British government source who'd said earlier today that the leaders of certain countries in Europe have discussed using those frozen Russian assets that we've heard a lot about as well in the last couple of months to fund the Ukrainian effort. And we've seen Estonia, Finland, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Sweden say, listen, EU, perk up and get the cash out there. Use those frozen assets quicker, sooner rather than later, to finance Ukraine and their war efforts. And I think the simple reason is, I've listed countries, Spain's not in there, but it should be in terms of financial viability. They simply cannot afford to continue giving aid.
And the problem is Belgium do not want to release these frozen funds to Ukraine because it's very difficult to do it legally. So they're saying that they arguably need a loophole to do this. That money does belong to Russia. So once again, we're seeing the Europeans just not united when they need to be right now behind Ukraine.
But it's costing them so much money. I mean, this is a rough estimate from last year, 177 billion in combined financial, military and humanitarian funds to Ukraine. By comparison, the Gaza war effort has garnered 450 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza since 2023. So it is a stark contrast when you look at it like that. How long really can Europe afford to bankroll this effort? And I think Zelensky is dragging his heels a little bit on this. To say he hasn't read the plan, I feel perhaps it's certainly he's had a glance, for sure.
I think he's trying to gain time at this stage so that he doesn't say no to Trump, as you said, because President Trump is not going to take it very well.
No's don't go well.
Yeah, but definitely we have to also bear in mind that the European military aid to Ukraine has gone down almost 57% since the beginning of this year. So in comparison, the second part of this year, it's almost half of what Ukraine was getting at the beginning of the year. And if we want to talk about how long Europe can maintain this, you're absolutely right. I mean, there are countries, not just the countries that you mentioned, but other major countries in Europe that are struggling with costs and budgets and also with public outrage, that the money that is needed to be funneled internally, locally and domestically is being sent to Ukraine. So I don't think that is very sustainable for a long time.
Yeah, it's a super interesting conversation, and I think a lot of analysts are now asking how long Europe will really keep funding Ukraine. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara has urged civilians to work together to rebuild their country as they mark a year since the ousting of ruler Bashar al-Assad. Al-Shara led an alliance that took the capital Damascus this time last last year after nearly 14 years of war, putting an end to more than 5 decades of the al-Assad family rule. Jono, let's start with you, because I think everyone watching the show and ourselves will remember that very moment that the Assad regime fell. It seemed to happen very quickly. But what does Syria, the first year after al-Assad was gone, tell us about the country's path towards recovery, stability and a future?
Well, what we know from this is that ending the regime was the easy part of this entire process. We've got a country that's faced 14 years of civil war. The real test is rebuilding the country after that. Symbolically, the first year matters hugely because it's that unity messaging, it's the celebrations that we're seeing all over our screens today, and it's that very clear break from Assad's rule that we're witnessing taking place. But the practical part behind Syria's rebuild is now what follows, and that is enormous, and I don't think you can really take that challenge lightly. There is the economic collapse, the damaged infrastructure that's there on ground, displaced populations. There's everything that goes along with that, the militias that are still there, that hold real power in Syria. All of that is a follow-on. That would be the real test of al-Shara and his true power as de facto president, because, of course, he's not currently elected, and we're probably 4 years away from a presidential election. Even though we've just had government elections there, we're 4 or 5 years away from any presidential election. So stability really depends on al-Shara and how he can translate that battlefield alliances, and even those somewhat soft power alliances that he used when he went to the US, that he can use those into real civilian governance and bring international legitimacy to Syria and to a real government that actually can work for the people of Syria. But it's still a hugely symbolic day for them.
It is hugely symbolic, and there are, as you do say, still sectarian violence that we're seeing in Syria. No rebuilding has happened this year on. I know it's very early to say, Rawiya, but no reconstruction started. And obviously we saw al-Shara in the White House, and that was, of course, that was last month. He's built a bond with Donald Trump. We are aware the West support al-Shara, but that doesn't stop the fact that most Syrians are still living in dire poverty. The buildings are crumbling. There's no constitution in place. But do they still see this as a moment to celebrate?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's evident from the footage. If you look at the celebrations, the crowds that filled the streets in Damascus and in different Syrian cities, the squares that were filled with people, I think it is very telling as to how happy and what a joyous occasion this is. We have to remember that we're talking about people who have gone through civil war for 14 years, people who have endured a dictatorship, and one of the worst probably in recent histories, also for decades. So this is a dream. They're still in the euphoria of their dream come true. And it is true that no reconstruction happened in the past year, but I mean, there have been some significant achievements. First of all, the lifting of the sanctions, trying to revive the country economically at least, or jumpstart it. They had to deal with a lot of sectarian violence in different areas, from Druze, from Alawites. They had to deal also with Israel, having reoccupied parts of the of Syria near the border. There are a lot of challenges. I think the Syrian people still have, they do understand that these things take time. They do understand also from lessons of history what happened in Iraq, in Tunisia, in Egypt. After the Arab Spring, there is a price to pay for that, which is some period of chaos. I think they're doing well. I think they have the support of the Arab world and major players in the Arab world. They have the support of the Americans as well. And I think, you know, it can be pushed and things will happen. And I think Syrian people, they still have the patience to wait it out and see it through.
I think what's impressive with this as well, like you said, they not only have the support, but I think al-Shara on a world stage has hedged his bets in the right place with places like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Washington. He's playing that out because the main aim of the game here will be a return inward investment into Syria's economy, which I think is what's next. We've heard the pledges already. Once that comes in, then the rebuilding can start. So he's doing the right thing on an international stage. And then I think at grassroots level, there's a lot more work to be done, which is what's going to take a little bit of time. And I think he's fully aware of that.
And I don't think that was ever in doubt, because I was actually just thinking when we were talking about Syria, I do remember those absolutely traumatizing images that came out of Syria during that brutal civil war, and how people really suffered and what really happened in the country. So actually seeing people out on the streets today is such...
It's an emotional. It's an emotional moment, even for non-Syrians.
Do you remember
for Arabs as well?
And I remember just watching the bombardment of the cities of Syria, how difficult it was for those people. And now it just feels like a weight has been lifted, but there's still work to happen. And Saudi Arabia also, tell us a little bit about the gift.
Yes, actually, this is really, really significant. Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, apparently has gifted Ash-Shara a piece of the cover of Al-Kaaba. Al-Kaaba is the holiest, most holiest place, location in Islam. It's where all Muslims go to do the pilgrimage. It's the square building that is covered in black. So the cover of it is called Al-Kiswa, and it is very significant, and it has a very, it has almost a sacred, status in Islam. Apparently, he has gifted him a piece of it in February when he did his first out-of-state visit after, after he took power. But he didn't announce it, and he kept it for the special occasion of celebrating the first year anniversary of the overthrowing of al-Assad. It's now on display, as you can see, in the Umayyad mosque, the historic mosque. And it's very significant because the Saudis don't just give such gifts casually, something that is so holy, so religiously important and significant. They don't give it out casually. Usually when they do, it is to either, it's like an affirmation. It's like it's a recognition of the authority of the person this gift has been given to. Legitimizing. It deepens also the alliance, and it cultivates loyalty, and partnership. So this is the significance and the symbolism behind this gift.
Jono, quickly, we're running out of time, but I want you to quickly talk to me. We know Bashar al-Assad is currently in Moscow. There's been a leak. What's happening?
The leak in the video is in poor quality audio. You can hear him say that Putin looks a little bit puffy right now, and he's had a lot of surgeries. That is a loose translation of what was said. However, what I think this is probably good from an international point of view. It means there may be some fractions and some cracks perhaps in that Moscow Damascus alliance that we've seen for quite some time. So that may be a good thing, because we do know, of course, there's a military base that's there as well. Russia has relied on Syria for strategic footholds in the Middle East. Now that military base that's in Tartus is still there, but there's an air base as well. That huge strategic asset that Moscow have is not necessarily in jeopardy, but it means that Syria has firmly put its foot and said, right, Washington's the side that we want to be on. I think that's probably a wise choice. And it kind of removes, as Russia is so distracted, as we mentioned, with Ukraine right now, that's draining money and manpower. Damascus is the last thing on their list. So I think it's distracted away from that for a little while. This might be something which comes back to bite him. I don't think it is, but it may be something he has to answer for. But for now, it seems to solidify where his allegiances lie.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And an 88-year-old US Army veteran who spent years working full-time at a grocery store to make ends meet is finally getting a break. Ed Bambas went viral after Australian influencer Samuel Weidenhofer shared his story online, highlighting his financial struggles and also personal losses. The influencer set up a GoFundMe campaign that raised over $1.7 million, allowing Bambas to retire. Rawi, this story went viral online. I don't know, most of us might have seen it, but how this particular story about Ed Bambas, how hard is it for seniors in America who do wish and dream of retiring, like we're always told we finally would?
Yeah. Well, it's becoming increasingly hard to retire in the US. First of all, the costs are rising much faster than income. So seniors are having to face very high prices in housing, food, utilities, medical care, and at the same time their social security is not rising that much. It's rising very modestly, not sort of in relation to the rising costs, which means that seniors end up with no social security or hardly enough. Basically, they're getting Social Security is the only means of income, and I think they pay around maximum $1,900 a month, which is barely enough to survive anywhere in the U.S. That's number one. Number two is Americans are living longer, yet they are living less healthy. So they are, they're living longer, yet they have more extensive medical bills, more expensive, also consistent care, assisted living, all of these things. And they're living with chronic illnesses that need, you need to throw money at it all the time. And also their Social Security or their pensions or Medicare, let's say, it does not cover any assisted living for these pensioners. And also we should not forget that, most traditional pensions have been, they have stopped and now they have been replaced with the 401ks.
And in his case, he actually worked for General Motors and the company went bankrupt, so he lost his pension. And that's also something that happened. And obviously, if you lose your pension and you also lose your medical insurance, it was like a whole state of things that had happened to him, a chain of events. And he was making ends meet working at this grocery store. But, Jono, I saw the video online and it's so emotional because this lovely man, Ed, is doing 8 hours a day at the grocery store. He's making up the money where he can to be a little bit more comfortable. But should we be comfortable with influencers and viral videos stepping in to help people like Ed? Or is this a sign that basically, as Arabiya was explaining, the system's just broken?
So I think from both sides on this, on one hand, you see this wonderful public response to a genuinely moving story, and it shows that human generosity still shines through, and I guess that does restore your faith in humanity somewhat. But the uncomfortable truth is that no 88-year-old should be working in a grocery store to make ends meet, and certainly shouldn't need a TikToker or a GoFundMe page to retire with dignity, having given 88 years of your life already to the working system. So that viral kindness kind of becomes a safety net. And what it then does as a chain reaction of events is highlights the systematic failures of everything from pensions, from healthcare, from elderly support, I think, in the Western world in general.
It's terrible.
Really is something to, they'll do studies on this and say, how did we get this so wrong? Influencers can help individuals, and it's wonderful for Ed. This is a lovely into a story with $1.7 million. He can retire. But what about everybody else? And it's 1 in 5 people who are over the age of 65 are still working. They're still actively working just to make ends meet. And then if you look at the seniors 65 plus who are part-time working, that figure goes up to around almost 40%, just shy of 40%. Full-time employees is at 20%. That is a lot of people over the age of 65 who should be enjoying the prime of their life, retired, relaxing. And there's been systematic failures across the board.
I feel,
undoubtedly.
I feel there's another dimension to this. It's not just a failure of the pension system or the financial, whatever, the social security system in the West. I think also there's a glitch or a problem in the culture as well and in the social system. Let me just do a very simple comparison. In the Arab world, in a lot of the Arab countries, there is, not in the Gulf maybe, but in other Arab countries, there is no social security in some countries, and some countries definitely have no pension systems. Okay, so in our culture, our pension fund are our children. Okay, and this, in general, Arab children, they grow up with this cultural idea that I have to take care of my parents. And therefore, you would find much less old people's homes in the Arab world than what you would find in the West. In fact, in the Arab world, you would find 2 brothers. Like I read this beautiful story about 2 Saudi brothers, old men, who went to court and fought over who is going to take care of their elderly mother. And, you know, the older son was saying, I want to continue caring for her, while the younger son is saying, I want to care for her because my older brother is getting old and he cannot. And after, you know, the court ordered that the younger son should take care of her, it's very emotional. So this is, I think, this could be an answer also to the West's problem. It's not just about the social security system, it's about the culture as well.
And then once again, people are passing it off to the government, aren't they? It seems to be something the Western world do, rather than sort of taking a social responsibility for it themselves.
It is hugely expensive as well, and you mentioned care homes. They're hugely expensive.
They're vastly expensive.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Money and pensions will cover the bare minimum when it comes to an elderly care home.
A lot of people have to sell their house.
And that's exactly what they will do, and they'll move into assisted living accommodation, or they'll move into an elderly people's home. But again, that is a Western culture, which is something that I think within the last 40 years, we've seen this flip from where it went, your elderly family will move in to live with you and they'll have their primary care in the homestead of their children. And it's moved from that to let's make it somebody else's problem. And luckily for Ed, at 88 years old, he's got his wits about him. He's well able to get out there and do this work, but he really shouldn't have to, nor should anyone who are in that age of their life. Enjoy, retire. The dimmer years of your life should be spent in convalescence, which I know my dad is a huge fan of, and has been for the last 15 years.
The problem, I think, is going to get worse in the next couple of decades.
Yes. It's just even more expensive, and the longer and longer people do live. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. Paramount has launched a $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers, challenging Netflix, which had reached a $72 billion takeover deal with the company. It comes after President Trump said he will be involved in the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery after raising concerns about Netflix's big market share and the firm's combined size, saying it could be a problem. Jono, this has got really juicy and exciting today, hasn't it? Well, so we thought it was all kind of over on Friday. Netflix had won the bid. OK, great. Now there's a twist.
Well, there is, because Donald Trump's got involved. And you might think, well, why? Why is the President of the United States getting involved? He's a businessman at heart, and that's probably because he can. But what changes that? Paramount's bid is not really just about commercial anymore. It's political. It's a legal minefield as well, on top of everything else. But Donald Trump's team and him saying that he might be challenging parts of this deal, particularly around the control of the platform and licensing, this simply stems down to who will Paramount support? Paramount owns CBS, 60 Minutes. That's a personal one. Paramount Plus, MTV, Comedy Central. And a lot of these have taken a pop at the administration or at Donald Trump personally in the past. So mainstream media in general, Donald Trump has viewed it, as we know, as hostile towards him. So any change in ownership raises that big question for Trump and for the team in the White House. Who will the network now support? Who will oppose him? Who will go neutral in this situation? So any change in the media, very Rupert Murdoch-esque, will be something that Donald Trump would like to have his fingers in the pie of. And that's why we're seeing that. That's why this will lead the stories, the bulletins. And as you say, you worry about Netflix controlling the majority of leadership and media in the US. He will look at this and see if this is going to be a takeover, which could potentially hamper his further efforts for a third term.
But this is quite an interesting one, because we have to look at the Paramount Skydance, the bid they've put in. It's a superior alternative to Netflix, delivering more cash upfront to shareholders. So Paramount will offer $30 per share. Netflix will offer $27.5 per share. Okay. Now, also, Netflix deals mean that it will take over the streaming services from Warner Brothers, but the Paramount deal, they'll take it all over, which is really interesting. So when we look at it, Paramount will buy more of Warner Brothers, Netflix will just buy the streaming services. And Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is among the financial partners Paramount is working with as part of the deal.
And that explains why President Trump...
It's so interesting, right? Because there's lots of different things coming into play here. If we have a look at about it, Donald Trump wants to get involved. Jared Kushner's involved in part of the Paramount funding. And now we've seen this big sort of swoop in, which is going to make it, I think, a bit messy when Paramount do go for this Warner Brothers deal.
It sounds like
because Netflix has already been given it.
I'm personally happy that Game of Thrones is going to be on Netflix. personally.
I've never watched
but it does. You never watched them?
No, I never watched it. He's never watched it.
I've never watched it either. No.
Yeah.
One episode and I fell asleep.
Well, it's the best TV show in history.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
and not. It's not just not my
according to Rabia.
Not my opinion, honestly, not my.
But I want to talk to you because some of the Netflix productions actually came up in the Golden Globes. One that I watched, The Beast in Me. Beast in the Beast. Is that the name? I always forget the name. But I watched a few of them. Tell us about those global.
Well, I'll tell you about some of
Globes.
the nominations for the Golden Globes. The most nominated film, apparently, was One Battle After Another. It's by Warner Brothers, and it led with 9 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, musical or comedy. As far as top drama contenders, you have Sentimental Value, which is by Neon, which is an independent production, I think. And Sinners, which is by Warner Brothers. They're strong contenders for Best Motion Picture Drama with 8 or 7 nominations, respectively. And then you have the leading studio by volume. Apparently, the independent studio Neon, as I said, received the most film nominations, over 21 films. Now, Netflix also has some film nominations. Frankenstein, also K-pop Demon Hunters, and Nouvelle Vague. I haven't watched any of those.
I've watched Frankenstein.
I haven't.
I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
I saw
watched Frankenstein.
Good movie, but again,
Good
I think
movie.
Netflix is what's the Grammys. What makes them? The Golden Globes. What makes them different is that they're a bit more playful than anything the Oscars will do, and I think the Oscars always tick the boxes for the big spending, big hitting, spectacle type movies, whereas the Golden Globes tend to take into account, like you said, the independent movies.
The
and
more indie stuff.
Stuff that's a bit more off-piste, more than anything else. So it's historically been a bit more playful in the Oscars, and I think they mix up the prestige with popularity in this. And I think that's why you missed out on things like Wicked getting a nod. Because, I mean, it's a massive movie and it was 3 hours long, but the whole thing was just tripe, wasn't it? But if you love those big box office movies, when the Oscars come around, it'll be nodded left, right and centre.
I must say that, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I have not been watching a lot of movies recently, since Netflix, since the streaming trend, since all the series. And I think it's, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels that sort of we're moving away from movies in general.
I've never watched movies, so I'm the worst person to ask.
I mean,
I
who
must
goes
have
to the
missed something.
cinema
Well,
now?
nobody. That's what I think.
Yeah, no
global
one
cinemas
goes
is
to
down 80% from pre-COVID levels, and I think we changed our habits and we never got back into going to the cinema again. And now your Bollywood movies are the big hitters in the box office, but your Hollywood movies, unless they're on streaming services, nobody's really giving a hoot.
I do think that what is quite interesting, I just think that right now the Golden Globes nominations included podcasts for the first time ever.
Yes,
and I found that fascinating because, as you say, we're listening to things more. We might not be going to the cinema, but there's been podcasts are such a hit now, and just the amount of people who listen to them. So I thought that there was a podcast category, and my favourite podcast...
I think about time they have such a category.
Call Her Daddy, Leanne Gerrans' favourite podcast, was nominated. So
congratulations then.
Everyone take a listen to Call Her Daddy. Now, it's that time of the show where Rabia and Jonna have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Rabia, yours is about 2 tiger cubs. They're making history. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, 2 Siberian tigers apparently were born in a Moscow zoo, and they were born in August. At the Zoo Center for Reproduction for Rare Animal Species. Apparently, they're so cute. They're so cute. The cubs are a male and a female, and they didn't name them yet they refer to them in the zoo as the royal siblings, apparently, as their parents used to live in the wild. Also, in September, they weighed 7 kilograms, but then now, apparently, or last month, they weighed 12 kilograms. So they're doing well. They're growing and, well. And also, for the first 3 months, Shiva, their mother, nursed her cubs. But later, apparently, they began eating raw meat, and they have learned to hunt quail.
They're so cute.
They're
Look
adorable.
at the little things.
Yeah, it's almost difficult to remember that they'll rip your arms off.
I know.
That's the scary thing about it. And it's also important to remember, Leanne, I'm just going to do my little plug about zoos here. There are more tigers living in captivity than in the wild. And we'll move on from that because sometimes I feel like, you know, Susan, Leanne, I like to have my little rant, but I won't tonight. And Jono, we're now moving on from cuddly tiger cubs. And if you want to bring back the Xmas sparkle, oh, God, you've got to sit on Santa's lap, do
well,
you?
That's it. Once you hit the age of 6, once you hit the age of 6, that's when the maximum Christmas joy, and I think if you think back to your childhood, when did you have the maximum excitement for Christmas? It's at the age of 6. After that, it begins to peter off a little bit. And then when you get back into adulthood, once you become parents, 70% of parents say that they once again feel that Christmas magic, and they get to start new Christmas traditions, and that joy of the kids coming down to unwrap gifts from Santa Claus on Christmas morning. All of that is back into your life once again.
Yeah.
But there is a way to try and kind of fake it till you make it. If there's no kids in your life, or you're trying to find a way to get that Christmas spark again, or maybe you've got adult kids, the way to bring that Christmas joy back is to go to visit Santa Claus as an adult and to sit on his lap and take a picture. And as someone who I enjoy costume characters, I love a visit to Santa's grotto when there's such an opportunity arises. It does fill me with Christmas joy and also somewhat fear. But I think you need to try and balance out the sparkle to get you into the season.
Does Santa have a six-pack? Lewis, can we choose the Santa's lap?
Good question. I think it depends on Santa.
You know, what's the Santa like? You know, do you have because I'm not sure about sitting on Santa's lap.
Well, it wouldn't make a difference.
What he looks like.
It wouldn't make a difference. So he's wearing a fake belly, and it doesn't make a difference.
So okay, all right.
But a real Santa, like a proper chubby Santa, that's the one that's going to give you, I think what you're describing is Ozempic Santa.
Yeah, we need
Ozempic Santa
issue. But I think the traditional Santa is what kind of fills you with joy, because it feels a bit less threatening than what you described.
And more cushiony as well.
And more cushiony.
Yeah.
Do you think you've lost the Christmas sparkle? I can't remember really being 6, but I do feel like the Christmas magic, you do lose it when you sort of
I think when you find out that Santa's not real, that's when you lose it.
Who told you that?
Is he real?
He's 100%.
It's real.
I found that with my kids, actually.
Everybody,
they lost it.
Real. No.
My kids lost it once they found out.
You can't spread speculation like that.
No.
I'm sorry.
But I
exposed the secret.
Easter Bunny? No, I'm only kidding. But
Tooth Fairy?
Yeah. No.
All legit.
All legit.
They're all real.
But it is so true, because, you know, this year, I don't know if you guys have, but I put up my Christmas tree, and it actually felt really nice, and I did feel exciting. It's always a nice time of the year. You feel yourself beginning to unwind. Sometimes it's quite nice to buy presents for other people, and it's an excuse to catch up with people that you haven't seen for a long time.
Well, if you just go and spend a couple of minutes in Santa's grotto, get a little gift off him, you'll feel even more festive.
Are you dressing up as Santa this year?
Absolutely not.
I think it's inviting everyone.
What's really beautiful about Christmas is that it's not just for Christians, basically. It's the entire world kind of celebrates it, and even for Muslims. I mean, we celebrate it in the sense that, you know, it's that special time of year, a special season. Everybody gets together. It has something really special, even, you know, away from religious anything.
It's the giving season, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, thank you so much to our guests, Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next with Tom Burgess-Watson. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson. Coming up on the programme, on this, the first anniversary of the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, we find out today how is that day being marked in Syria. And we ask, is everyone celebrating? And what's changed during these last 12 months? And what are the new leadership's key priorities? Lots to come in this edition. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, all eyes are on Syria today as the country marks 1 year since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Exactly 1 year ago today, on the 8th of December 2024, the Assad family's 53-year grip on power ended, bringing Ahmad al-Shara to the presidency. Well, Assad's 14 years in power were marked by a devastating civil war which pushed 6.8 million Syrians to flee the country, and it left more than 620,000 people dead. Well, fast forward to today, Syria is stepping back onto the global stage, socially and economically. Across the country, people are celebrating, even as Syria continues to grapple with some sectarian divisions and daunting tasks like rebuilding after more than a decade of war. Well, we're joined now by Ambassador Bassam Barabandi, who is in the Syrian Foreign Affairs Ministry. He joins us now from Damascus. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to just start by asking you, on this historic first anniversary, where were you when you got the news that Bashar al-Assad had fled Syria?
Tom, thank you very much. Actually, we were in D.C. with my colleagues, my friends, my family, and we were watching the TV like all the Syrians did at that time. And it was really very exciting news. It was like, like a dream. It was a beautiful dream. And here we are now, 1 year later, I'm in Damascus.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a really interesting story because you were a Syrian diplomat under Bashar al-Assad and you defected from the Assad regime in 2013. And you didn't just defect, you actually helped people in the opposition in a number of ways. You helped people flee persecution by Bashar al-Assad. So I just wonder, I mean, how surreal does it feel to think that Bashar al-Assad, after 54 years of his country his family leading the country, is no longer in power?
Look, I believe in the case. I believe that what's right is right, that what's wrong is wrong. That's why I defected. That's why I helped so many Syrians. So, I mean, all the civil society that I tried to help to flee Syria or to be run away from this Sadnaya jails and other things. So I believe in that cause, that I believe will be end. Even in the last, let's say, 16 months from now, when the old indicators that Assad is back to the international arena and he was accepted and so on and so forth, I was insisting this is not real. This cannot survive. This kind of regime, this kind of mentality, this kind of distractions cannot survive. And luckily I was right. And today, when I come back to Damascus, where he flee, like all other Syrians, when I came from flight from DC to Damascus, my flights, lately we get Syrians who came from Korea. People came from Norway, from Sweden, from England. We were literally coming from all over the world to celebrate this day. It was amazing. The flight is something like 200 passengers, and almost we have maybe 20 different passports on the flights. But again, what's right is right. This is the whole concept of life. What's right is right, and he wasn't right. He was never right. He had his regime. Today in Damascus, just to give you a little bit about feelings about the people. People are really happy. This is a very important point. There's big challenges, definitely big issues to think about it. But deep inside, when you look about the people in the street, people are relaxing, comfortable, believing in the future. They are really happy that there's no more Assad. We are really happy that we don't belong to the city of silence, city of walls, city of jails. People become acting normal. They are happy normally. They are acting normally. There's no more supervisions. All this kind of psychological pressure that it has been on Syria for the last 60 or 70 years, not anymore. That's the happiness, literally. I'm not saying it's that the situation is ideal. There's so many roads. There's no lights. The pollution is high, for example, but nobody cares. Literally, no one cares. People are really happy in the street. Big hopes, big hope for Syria. Tomorrow will be much better Syria than today.
Okay, and I just want to ask you, because Al Arabiya has been circulating some videos that it obtained of Bashar al-Assad driving his car around. We don't know exactly what date they're from, but they reveal quite a lot about the character of the man. And I'm wondering what your reaction was when you saw those videos.
Look, what we saw in this video is just to prove everything we were believing in him. When we say he's reckless, he's crazy, he's maniac, he doesn't care about his people, he doesn't care about the country, regardless of what slogans he's doing. He looked down to all the Syrians, regardless if they are loyal or non-loyal. When we used to say this, even the people who was with Assad or pro-Assad that time, they always criticize us. Today, they saw it themselves. The question is more for the people loyal to Assad, who defend Assad, rather than to the people who were against Assad. Because they saw it firsthand by his voice that he doesn't care. He not only he doesn't care, he has no respect to them, no respect of whatever sacrifice they were doing for him to stay in power. He's looking down for all his allies, for all his people, for all his community. That big shocking, I think, for them. If they knew that video 5 years ago, I think things will change 5 years ago. No one is worth it to die for this person, but he used everybody to survive. And today he's surviving. He has billions of dollars. He's living in Moscow, whereas all his community is really in very bad shape.
Right, and quite embarrassing for him being in Moscow, because one of the comments he made in those leaked videos was regarding the appearance of the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. Do you think that's going to make his stay even more uncomfortable?
He should. I don't know. I think the best thing Russia can do is just send it back to Damascus. His crimes cannot be hid. Nobody can justify it. Even the Russian, they say we always support our allies. He is not that ally that need to be supported. He has a lot of blood, kind of stability in the Middle East, that this person and his regime, they should be in fair, transparent trials. Syrian people should know everything about this person, everything about these people, every activities they did, supporting ISIS, supporting Hezbollah, supporting Iran, the mass killing they did for Lebanese, for Syria, for Palestinians, for Iraqis. Their blood is everywhere. They have American blood, they have European blood in their hands, they have Syrian blood in their hands. So we need transparent trial. We need international trials for this regime. It's literally to know what's happening, to know why this is happening. We don't deserve, as a Syrian or the people in the region, the kind of suffering we had. Look at what they did in Iraq, how many Iraqis were killed because of them, how many Syrian, the last 15 years only. Not forget about what Assad's father did in Hama or did for the Syrian community. What they did in Lebanon, the occupation of Lebanon, look how much they destroyed Lebanon, how many Palestinians were killed, and so on and so forth. I think it's for the history records. We need international, transparent trial for this person and all his family or his regime, literally to understand the scale of damage, the scale of destruction they did to not only for Syria and the whole region as a whole.
What have we learned during these last 12 months that we didn't already know about the Assad regime? People describe his regime as being a sort of a narco regime that derived a lot of its revenue from drug trafficking. It's been described as corrupt. It's been described as cruel. From all the evidence that we've managed to gather during the last 12 months, for example, the raid on Sednaya prison, the prison records, government records, what have we learned that we didn't know before about who Bashar al-Assad was and what he stood for?
I tell you something more different things. What we learned that the Syrian people loves lives. The Syrian people, they can live in coexisting. After Assad fall down, everybody was expecting to have a big massacres, a big civil war among Syrians. This didn't happen. It shows that Assad, even he tried his best to destroy the Syrian society, but the DNA of Syrian is overcome what Assad planned to do. He thought that Assad, when he flee Syria, that there will be literally a huge civil war among Syrian, among all this. But Syrian proved till today, after 1 year, that we are in much different place, much safer place than before. What he did, it's again, what we saw later on is just to prove what we know about the Sednaya scales, about Sednaya, all other things. Everybody was well known, well documented. When the Assad flee, we just have first-hand information about the document that already documented, like Caesar pictures. Everybody knows Caesar picture, know what happens, where it happens, who were in charge of that. Some people, they were skeptical that this is true, this is fake, this is whatever. After Assad flee, we saw that what Caesar shows us is literally nothing comparing to the reality. 2 days before, 3 days before, Reuters, I think, International Journalists Association investigation, they published something like more than 80,000 new case about people were killed under Assad. What we know is exactly, again, we're back to the trial issue, international transparent trial issue. The scale of destruction that Assad did is far beyond what we know till today. The Pentagon that you mentioned till today, that it's not a secret, but it's not too much focus about the scale of that industry. The partners that they held him, the mafia, international mafia that held him. The Pentagon reached to Italy, reached to Brazil, reached to Central Asia. So it was made in Syria. So who are their partners? Where are they? So we have so many questions that we don't know. We know that guy has a flee. He take all his money. And that's mainly the things. But it needs too much digging, too much investigation, too much to know really how bad the situation was, how bad he was integrated into the mafia life rather than a statehood life. It's big challenges for Syria, but again, when I come to Syria, when I meet with people, normal people, we people who live in diaspora, we have the leverage of thinking. We have leverage of thinking about what should be done, what should not be done. We are far away. When I came here, I have a few hours. People don't care. People are really happy. They feel Assad has done. We have a new phase, new chapters. We want to enjoy it. We want to build our Syria. We want to have civil within ourselves, peaceful within our own societies. People, they believe in a Sharia that he is the person who will take Syria to right place. People supporting him. Big hope for next year. The Caesar, all the sanctions will be waived by the end of this year, all kinds of sanctions, Caesar and other U.S. sanctions on Syria. So tomorrow will be better, inshallah, for Syria and Syria.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador, I want to ask you, a lot has happened during these last 12 months. This time a year ago, we were watching with disbelief the scenes of people ransacking the presidential palace and tearing down portraits of Bashar al-Assad and Hafiz al-Assad, his father. In the last 12 months, what has stood out for you as being perhaps the most striking image, the most important sort of photographic moment of the last 12 months?
I think when the people, when they went to the president's house, they destroyed that narrative that this person untouchable, this regime untouchable. When they went to the presidency, to the palace, that the symbolic of the state, the security state, when they went to Hafiz Assad graveyard in Kurdaha. And that things that shows that this regime has collapsed, that shows that there's no more fear, that the people will overcome the dictatorship. That's really the end. That was the real. If you are watching the movie, that was the last scene. That this dictatorship, this is the fear government, fear regime has collapsing. When the people, the normal people, they were not armed, they were just neighbors, or living around that place, when they stormed the presidency and they stormed the Assad graveyard in his town, Kurdaha. That was the end of the movie. That was the end of that chapters. And that was really the turning point that we're still living till today.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador Bassam Barabandi, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Radwan Ziadeh, who is a senior fellow at the Arab Center in Washington. He joins us now from Doha. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us, Dr. Ziadeh. I'd just like to start by asking you, you're a Syrian national. What was the reaction you had, and where were you when you got the news this time a year ago that Bashar al-Assad had fled the country?
First, thank you for having me. It's, of course, it's a historic moment. Everyone actually remember, because it means a lot for him personally and mean a lot for his own national country. I was in Washington. I was following the news. I haven't slept in the last 48 hours. To be honest, when got closer to December 8th, no one expected. Maybe everyone expected something big will happen in Damascus, but no one expected that as Bashar al-Assad will flee the country and that the opposition will be able to enter the capital without any casualties, without any displacement, without any refugees. It's been very, very harsh 14 years of war between the Bashar al-Assad forces and the opposition forces. And we saw Bashar al-Assad, he used everything possible to kill Syrian civilians and to kill and destruct cities and towns all over the country.
Indeed, and Dr. Ziada, you've written about the quick collapse, the sudden collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime, and the military and security services as well all disappeared in a very short space of time. I mean, 12 months on from those events, what have we learnt about why it was so sudden and so quick?
You're right. I written actually, and those four different factors played a critical role in the falling of the Assad regime. Of course, Russia, first factor, was very busy in Ukraine. Has nothing to do more with the helping and popping up Assad government. Iran got defeated along with the Hezbollah. Hezbollah was the major force on the fighting on behalf of the Assad, especially in the north, in the city of Aleppo, where the opposition entered on November 27th. Hezbollah was defeated by bombarding by Israel, and the leader of Hezbollah got killed. But after spending 8 months on Syria and meeting different people, traveling all over the country, I think the main critical factor was what we call the political economy of the Assad regime. The Assad regime became inside. Every soldier is only got $6 to $7. It's not worth fighting for. This is why the country got more poorer, and the Assad forces they live in extreme poverty, and they don't have any reason to fight for. Basically, the videos that Al Arabiya shown in the last 2 days, it's a great proof for the fourth factor about the morale. You see the leader of the country hate his own country, hate his own people. No one believes that he will get into the mindset of Bashar al-Assad as he will get in those videos. Very important in criminal aspect, and in also in analyzing how the Assad regime fall quickly, because when you see that the whole leadership is corrupt, they hate their own country, hate on their people. This is why the people under Bashar al-Assad, they have no reason to fight on his behalf.
Right, and I was going to ask you about those newly leaked videos that Al Arabiya has obtained. I mean, some people are saying that they were not shocking to people who disliked the Assad regime, but they were particularly shocking to Assad loyalists. Would you agree with that?
Shocking for both. I've been following the Syrian news for almost 30 years. I've been written almost 20 books in Arabic and in English on Syria. I still actually, my eyes full of tears when I saw the videos. Because if you live in a country just for a few days as a tourist, you have something in connection to that country. How actually you are a leader in a country, and you lived in a country, born in a country, and you are a leader of the country for 25 years, and you have such much hate to your own country. He described the country as disgusting. He always say, I got surprised when people talking about the greatness of Syria. That Syria is too much history, too much civilization there. To have a leader such that who rule the country, govern the country for 25 years, it's very sad to every Syrian who believe in his country and who love his country.
Right, and of course, him and his family ruled Syria for 54 years. They're rumored to have billions of dollars. One of Bashar al-Assad's cousins is rumored to be somehow plotting some kind of an armed return or armed effort to return to Syria. Have you heard those reports, and do you think they're credible?
I heard those reports, but I can tell you, I've been visiting Latakia and Tartus, and I'm going maybe this week again and again. His Alawite also people, they hate him, as you mentioned. Actually, they got also surprised about how much he's on about his person, about his character, nothing about the country, and this is why they need to sacrifice their lives. I don't think that's what the remnant of the Assad regime, or we call them al-Fulul, has any reason to continue fighting or any reason to let's say, bring Assad back. His chapter is done in the history of Syria. Was very, very sad chapter. He left the country in destruction. We need, according to the World Bank, more than $400 million to be able to do the reconstruction. And we need years of social reconstruction because of the Assad divisive sectarian ruling in the last 50 years, this Assad senior and the Assad junior. This is why, no, I'm not afraid about the Assad remaining or his cousin. I saw those part of the past, and Syria now is looking for the future.
Bashar al-Assad had a well-oiled propaganda machine, and he was a master of distorting the truth and pumping out fake news. I'm wondering whether you've seen evidence of any remnants of that propaganda machine and any efforts to sow tension, sow discord in Syria with disinformation campaigns. Has that been an issue these last 12 months?
I think the videos of Arabiya showed exactly how he cares about his image outside. He's been asking his advisor, Luna, almost every second, do we need this? We should do this? What do you think about that? I mean, I'm shocked about the videos because if he turned on the TV or any TV, credible report, of course, Al Arabiya or anyone, will see exactly how his image is inside and outside. But he's been out of reality. He's been actually ruling that's maybe disillusioned that people continue to love him despite of he hating them. And this is why I think this is the mindset of dictator in his last days. We saw Hitler before. I wrote something on my Facebook account that's comparing Nero, that's the fifth empire in the Roman Empire, and the Assad, when they actually enjoying burning his own country to see how it's beautiful, but the Assad destroying his own and burning his own country, not because he wants to like the city, but because he hates his own country.
So much has happened, Dr. Ziadeh, these last 12 months. I mean, one of the main highlights for me was seeing President Ahmed al-Shara being received in the Oval Office of the White House. He became the first Syrian president to be accorded such a welcome. How much of a turning point did that represent to you?
Of course, thanks to the regional who's been carrying on the Syrian transition, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey. Those three countries, we can call them actually the regional hub, who's carrying on the transition and trying to help the Syrian government. It's remarkable that to see the Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara met with the American President 3 times in less than 9 months. This is a record. And maybe in a few days, we'll celebrate the lifting of the Caesar sanctions. That's the sanctions has been lifted in a year. That's a record time compared to other countries who have that sanction is. But now it's a time maybe to change our discourse, not to focus on the sanctions. The international community, when decided to lift the sanctions, is not giving Syria a favor. Now we should focus on how the international community can help the reconstruction in Syria. Syria, it's 90% under poverty line. It needs help. It needs support to be able to recover, and it's be able to go back to the international community. And this is why it's much needed to help, and it's much needed to do a social reconstruction and a rebuilding. Otherwise, maybe we'll expect a social or political unrest in the coming years if there is no real reconstruction done in Syria.
Just lastly, Dr. Ziadeh, there have been some examples of violence in Syria during the course of the last 12 months. There have been some tensions. But I mean, after 14 years of war, after 54 years of Assad regime leadership, I mean, many would say that it's inevitable that there would be some scars and some divisions. But all things considered, how would you say that the country has fared during these last 12 months?
I will give actually the transitional government a B+. They done fantastic job in keeping the stability, keeping the country in such difficult time, relatively stable. You can travel, you can actually spend your night at Damascus at the midnight, return to your house, and nothing happened. Of course, in some area was unfortunate, especially in the coastal area and the Suwaida. But that's exactly, it's alarming. That's how much we need to build a design, a political system, can every Syrian fit that he or she can fit in. Pluralism is a key factor. Minorities is a key factor in Syria. And you need to build a political system, a democratic system, to be able, everyone to feel that he has a part of it and he thus can contribute to the future of Syria.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. We really appreciate it. Dr. Radwan
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, let's get more on the humanitarian situation in Syria and also the latest on the ground. We can speak to Mathieu Rouquet, who is the Mercy Corps country director for Syria. He joins us now from the country's commercial capital, Aleppo. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once again here on Al Arabiya English, Mathieu. Today is, of course, the first anniversary of the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. There have been official celebrations, there have been unofficial celebrations, people hooting their horns, waving the new flags. How would you describe the mood today?
The mood is electric, Tom. Clearly, you can feel the joy, you can feel the relief, you can feel the excitement of a country united in its newly gained freedom. It's an extraordinary moment to be inside Syria and to be amidst Syrians in this very special moment.
Thanks for that intro, Mathieu. Now, the Mercy Corps, for the benefit of our viewers, is a global non-governmental humanitarian aid organization. And I just wanted to ask you about something you wrote about 6 months ago. You said this. You said many Syrian families have an unclear path forward. Millions of displaced people who wish to return have no home to return to, no functioning water systems, no jobs, no schools or medical clinics, no safety nets. Now, 6 months have passed since he wrote that. Have things improved at all?
Things have improved slightly, but the path is very long to finding suitable livelihoods, energy access, demining, job opportunities for millions of Syrians. So while there has been tangible progress, the dividends of the revolution still need to be paid.
Right, and a lot of the country's infrastructure was destroyed during 14 years of violence. Is there much evidence of reconstruction underway, or are we not quite there yet?
There is some progress that we can see, but as you said, the toll of 14 years of war and decades of mismanagement are staggering, and it will take a lot of time. It will take probably decades for the country to rebuild. But we are seeing some improvements. We are seeing a drive. We are seeing the international efforts supporting Syria with precisely those major infrastructure investments, but so much has to be done that it's not there yet.
And as the Mercy Corps, what are your priority areas at this particular moment? What are you mainly focused on doing?
Well, right now it's important for us as an aid organization to maintain a strong humanitarian response capacity to be able to respond quickly to rapid onset disasters, be they man-made or natural. But of course, for us, it's also the understanding that most of humanitarian needs in the country today actually require a development response, a long-term response. So we are focusing on partnering with the private sector and de-risking private investment inside Syria especially in agriculture, in water and sanitation, to bring kind of more sustainable solutions to the table. So restarting agriculture, demining is a key priority of ours. Creating jobs in those value chains is the core strategy that we have at the moment.
Now, for people who've been to Aleppo, they'll know it is the sort of the beating heart of the Syrian economy. It's a commercial crossroads and has been for centuries. Are you starting to see a return to commerce and trade, and are people starting to find jobs and opportunities in this new economy, Mathieu?
Yes and no. We hear some positive stories, but we also hear a lot of people coming back, scoping the market, looking at opportunities, but there are still a lot of barriers to entry. And part of our job is precisely to lower these barriers to entry for those private investment and for that capital to flow back into the country again, and to enable it to kickstart the economy in a much more productive way. So we are seeing some signs, but as with everything else, a lot more remains to be done.
Right, and for people thinking about returning to Syria, perhaps people who've been living abroad as refugees, I mean, they're going to think carefully about coming back, and they'll want to know that the security situation is suitable for them to return to with perhaps their families as well. What is the security situation, would you say, in Aleppo, which is where you know best?
Well, I spend the day in the streets amidst Syrians celebrating, and I've never felt that safe in a country before, and this is my experience throughout Syria. Obviously, my experience is one of a privileged international guest of the country, and I realize that for many Syrians, this is not the case, right? We have seen, sectarian violence in many parts of the country, on the coast, in Sweda. The unresolved political settlement with the self-administration in the northeast remains a very worrying bone of contention in the country. But for the most part, I have to echo your previous guest in saying that Syria is safe. It's safe to travel, and the number of security incidents really are focused in some specific areas, or rather isolated in nature, although are indeed very, very worrying, and demonstrate a fragmented security map and centralized authority on that regard.
I mean, it's often said that a very high percentage of the Syrian population is still highly dependent on aid. I don't know if you've got an accurate or updated figure for us. Are you seeing things improve on that front?
Well, to use the example of people that were displaced internally, we had 2.2 million a year ago when the previous regime fell. We are now still have 1.2 million people in displacement, right? So only 1 million decided to return to their areas of origin, so roughly 40%. And we still have 17 million of Syrians dependent on humanitarian aid, 90% under the poverty threshold. So it's a real staggering figure demonstrating that the need for immediate aid, but also long-term aid, remain critical in the country.
And is international interest being maintained in the sense that, is that helping with fundraising appeals and so on? Are people still focused on Syria, or is this something that runs the risk of perhaps being forgotten about or buried under, some of the other conflicts taking place in the world today?
Well, Tom, I believe that we also have to recognize the competing domestic pressures that many of our traditional donor countries, especially in the West, are currently facing. Those are tough realities that we have to deal with, and we have also to use and turn these crises into opportunities to design better aid solutions that do bring in the private sector, that do bring in blended finance models in order to precisely address these funding gaps and provide more sustainable solutions for Syrians in need.
And just lastly, I want to ask you, I don't know if you've seen the videos, and I know you're not a political figure, you're a humanitarian figure, but I wondered if you'd seen the videos that Al Arabiya has been circulating that show President Bashar al-Assad driving around, we don't know exactly when, but some time ago, sort of making rather disparaging comments about his country and its people. I'm just wondering how much discussion that's generated in Syria in the last couple of days.
I've seen the video, Tom. I haven't exchanged on it with Syrians. I think they're really focusing on looking forward, on the hope that is tangible in the street, despite the hardships of life. Their focus is to go forward and working together as a united country for a better future. And I can only join them in that.
All right, that's all we have time for. Mathieu Rouquette, Mercy Corps Country Director for Syria. Thank you for your time. Well, we're joined now by Hazem Al-Ghabra, who's a Syrian-born former senior advisor to the US State Department. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, Hazem. You were born in Damascus, I gather, and I just want to ask you, what was your reaction this time a year ago when you got the news that Bashar al-Assad had fled the country?
Surprised, happy. I mean, I grew up under that regime. Not really much under Bashar al-Assad's regime. I was in the US most of that time, but under the Assad family regime, it was not a good existence. I mean, growing up, especially as a teenager, in such an oppressive environment, in every way possible. I mean, that oppression leaked into schools, into your daily life, into conversations you have with your own family sometimes. So it was a very happy moment, and really a moment of hope, because for a while we really thought Syria will never change, and now there is a tangible opportunity for tangible change to the better, and we're seeing it happen right now.
Right. I mean, it did look at one point as though Bashar al-Assad was never going to be ousted, and it took a lot of people by surprise. And, you know, in your own family, there's an anecdote, isn't there, of falling foul of the Assad regime. Your mum was a TV presenter based in Washington, working for Syrian state TV, and her show suddenly got cancelled, and team members were fired because what? She didn't get prior permission for interviewing someone. What happened?
Such an interesting story. So this is back during a period that was dubbed the Spring of Damascus. You know, this was almost two and a half decades ago now. But for a little while, there was hope for change, for positive change. I think Bashar thought maybe we open up the society a little bit, create some minor reform, a lot of more token reform, but most of that was stemming from fears as the Iraq war was ramping up. And he was concerned that the U.S. operation will expand into Syria. So he wanted to do a few touch-ups to just make a point that, you know, his pro-reform. Anyhow, my mother had a TV show called Transatlantic by contract with the Syrian National Television, mainly to present or to interview Americans, align points of view, and bring the American perspective into Syrian society. It was a great idea, to be honest, and the show was doing pretty well till she visited Damascus and interviewed the U.S. ambassador to Damascus. The interview was not controversial in any way, shape, or form. There was a conversation about peace in the Middle East. And I think the U.S. ambassador was somewhat critical of the Syrian role, and especially in the Israeli-Arab conflict. Not too critical, but he made a comment. Somehow, censorship did not notice that phrase. My mother came back through Washington. We were sitting, and this is back, this is 2003, I think, around that time. We're watching on a small CRT monitor, the very blurry web stream of the Syrian television. All of a sudden, 10 minutes into the show, screen goes to black. Nothing. 4 hours. Nothing. Then the broadcast resumes hours later. Obviously, we pick up the phone. We try to contact the people at the television. No answers. No, including the head of the television was not answering his phone. Next morning, we wake up to newspaper articles, specifically the Future newspaper out of Lebanon, the Hariri family's newspaper. And the headline was "A Massacre in the Syrian Television, 16 directors fired over the show." This is how ridiculous that regime has always been. For a phrase uttered by an American ambassador that he's solely responsible for, they end up firing half of the television and obviously canceling my mother's show. Probably every moment in Syria had a token anecdote of oppression, censorship, and hostility toward the Syrian citizen by the government.
And Hazem, from that point onwards, did you and your mother refrain from going back to Syria? Did you feel it was dangerous for you to go back to Syria?
She never went back. She definitely did not go back. I went, once in 2010 for 8 hours for a wedding, and that was it for me as well. Unfortunately, it's a place that if you are even attempting to be an activist in that country in any way, shape, or form, you're rewarded by very bad memories, and memories that make it very hard to go back.
Okay, just watching what we've learned during these last 12 months, the prisons that have been opened, the documents that have surfaced and come to public attention. What do you think we've learned about the realities of the Assad regime? Just how bad were they as people?
I guess one of the best examples I've seen were the videos released by Arabiya the past few days of Bashar Assad's conversations with his advisor. The only parallel I can think of is Emperor Nero in the year 64, while Rome was burning, and he's just playing his fiddle. The detachment from reality. I mean, we're talking about the president of the country here, with his senior advisor, driving through the rubble that was a direct result of his actions. And he seems like a foreigner. He seems unaware or detached completely from what's happening. It's very, very, it's hard to explain, to be honest. This person felt no responsibility, no remorse, the conversation they were having, as if he has no role in what happened or what's about to happen in the future. It's hard to understand. I think it's going to take years. And, as Syria engages further in the transitional justice, the work needed, obviously interviewing the commanders during that time, I don't think Assad had control at some point. He lost control. Probably around 2013, 2014, he was involved, but he did not lead the country anymore. The military security apparatus that he created or he supported started taking a greater role beyond what he can control at that point. It's very interesting. It's, but all of dictatorships end up this way. And people go back and ponder, how did such person oppress the masses? How did such incapable individual, threaten the lives of millions, not only in Syria, but in neighboring countries as well. How they become a drug kingpin at some point. All of these questions are very worthy of pondering.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has happened in the last 12 months. I mean, some of the most striking moments have been in May, seeing the new president of Syria, President Ahmed al-Shara, being embraced by President Trump in Riyadh, and then being invited to the White House in November. I mean, has all of that seemed a bit surreal to you as a Syrian national living in Washington, seeing the first ever Syrian president being invited into the Oval Office?
Well, it was surreal for me as a Syrian citizen and also a former senior advisor at the Department of State. The speed of which the transition of Syria, especially the Syrian government, has had, specifically with the relationship with the United States, it's stunning. It's, you know, we always said the U.S. government is like an aircraft carrier. You cannot just turn it quickly. It takes time and effort and work to maneuver. But we have to admit here that, and we have to thank actually the government of Saudi Arabia and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for his personal role and his government's role in helping Syria break out diplomatically. I mean, as you mentioned, the first meeting with President Trump happened in Riyadh. And we all know it's through direct request by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It's that meeting, I think, set Syria on the course where, you know, not only President Ahmed Shara made it to Washington, but also enjoyed a very unique relationship with the largest and strongest country in the world right now. It's great. However, I think now that the sanctions are about to get fully lifted and the Caesar Act is about to be repealed, the real work begins in Syria. You know, where the Syrian people, whether in the country or abroad, are expecting quite a bit when it comes to education, political reform, social reform, economic reform, of course. I don't envy President Shara. His work is definitely cut out for him.
Okay, it certainly is. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time now. Hazem Al-Ghabra, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. We're joined now by Ambassador James Jeffrey, former U.S. Special Representative for Syria engagement under President Trump. He joins us from Washington. Ambassador Jeffrey, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you for having me on.
Now, I'd just like to ask you, first of all, to cast your mind back to this day in 2024. What was your reaction when you got the news that Bashar al-Assad had fled the country?
I couldn't believe that the efforts, however sporadic and at times ineffective by the United States and much of the international community, the Arabs, Turkey and others, to end this horror actually was coming about. And how much this meant to the 25 million Syrian people who had suffered so much in the civil war of over a decade. That's what I first thought of. Secondly, how strategically important this was for the region, because it broke the back of the Shia crescent that Iran had used to manage its proxy empire throughout the Middle East.
Yeah, and during these last 12 months, I'm wondering, you know, just starting from the latest evidence we have, which is these videos that our channel has obtained of Bashar al-Assad driving around, appearing to mock the people of Syria, mocking, it would even appear, the Russian president in one of the videos, and combined with the prison records, the documents that have come to light. I mean, what more do you think we've learned about the dark workings of the Assad regime these last 12 months?
We knew a lot. One of the nice things about this anniversary is that the U.S. Congress is lifting the Caesar sanctions, which were really inhibiting the economic development of the new Syria. But they're named after Caesar, the code name of an individual who years ago smuggled out tens of thousands of pictures of what was going on. The world knew about this. 12 million people displaced, half the population, 600,000 at least killed. Yet look at the indignation and outcry about what's happened in Gaza compared to how little about what happened in Syria, which was of far greater geostrategic importance.
You mentioned that there's a comparison being made with Gaza, but the difference between Gaza and Syria is that there was this total denial from the Assad regime. Everything you accused them of was fake news. And now, at last, there seems to be, really indisputable evidence in the public domain.
Again, to its credit, the UN created, at one or another point, 3 separate commissions to look into this. And they came to the same conclusion we in Washington had, that the Assad regime was using, along with the Iranians, Lebanese Hezbollah, and the Russians, incredible brutality, including chemical weapons, to pursue this war. And thus, beyond all the other strategic reasons for the very humanitarian survival of the Syrian people, we had to at least stop the fighting, which we had done pretty much by the end of 2018, but pursue a campaign to change dramatically the Assad regime, which in the end meant getting rid of Assad.
I want to pick up on one of the things you said at the beginning about regional stability, because we've heard analysts before on this channel saying that a stable Syria means a stable region. It sounds like you'd agree with that assessment.
Absolutely. Syria, again, was the linchpin of Iran's regional network of proxy states and movements. But it was also the linchpin of the Sunni extremist terrorist reaction to that, the Islamic State. It was created during the Civil War, so among the many bad things emerging from the Syrian Civil War was the Islamic State. So you had the 2 biggest threats to stability in the region over the past 20 years focused in Syria. That has all changed. Obviously, we're keeping our fingers crossed, but it's been a year now. Al-Shara and his government have not done any of the stupid things we've seen in Yemen, in Libya, in Iraq after similar, quote, liberations. And I think that the future looks promising.
Right, and President Trump has made a real point of bringing President Al-Shara into the fold. They've met 3 times in the last 12 months. And glowing praise, President Trump described President Al-Shara as a young, attractive, tough guy. Why do you think President Trump took such a shine to the 43-year-old president of Syria?
First, Trump likes tough guys. Second, the administration, initially the Trump administration, had a hands-off attitude towards al-Shara and the new Syrian government, in contrast to the very active efforts by the Biden administration in its last weeks to embrace al-Shara, lift some of the terrorist designations, and start a new path. That was stopped initially in the Trump administration, and frankly, I think it was Trump himself, urged on by the Saudi Crown Prince and President Erdogan, who took that decision, frankly, over a disputing bureaucracy.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, all things considered, 14 years of warfare, 54 years of Assad regime leadership. Clearly, there are going to be some scars and some divisions, but all things considered, how do you think Syria is faring?
Quite well. As we know, there was violence involving the Druze in the south and the Alawites in the far west of the country, but the government has managed to tamp down that violence between various groups and is actually investigating it. But another indicator is the federal forces moved into Afrin, a Kurdish ethnic area in the west of the country. Most of the rest of the Kurds are in the east, that have been taken over by a pro-Turkish militia. And the Kurds were basically oppressed. The government has moved in and has improved the situation for this minority significantly. That will help with the integration of the much larger group of Kurds in the east. So they're taking good steps. What we need to do is speak as an international community with one voice on what we will do for this state and government and what we expect them to do in return. That's the most important thing, remaining united.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador James Jeffrey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama, and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations with the invaluable aid of our supporting partner. We ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
There was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway. the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this. It's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On airbase, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells. and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerance slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Day.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city. but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zayn al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zayn al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zayn al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The determined soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes, an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hameimin, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for me. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m., the plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step. quietly, without announcement, without resistance. The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, "Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syrian," they danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ में.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
घर और खेती बाड़ी और सब कुछ लड़की का ऊपर में.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zang, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In
our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles pass to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maolnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maolnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plan in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving living plant roots into bridges is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to the old ages, long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. And that's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism? Only, but there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, you know, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapist told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alai, I have Khalil. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability.
The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him. Afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
اللي تبان صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.